Chapter 501. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes widened. It was actually a disaster aura covering his face, and it seemed to be gathering on its own. What the fuck? Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. Someone wanted to deal with him. But where was the other party? When was it? What was their specific strength? Could he deal with it? Or how much was it over his limit? These details could not be seen. The auxiliary effect of the luck points was useless in observing himself. But there was no feeling of life and death crisis. He should be able to deal with it. Zhuoxiaoduo took a deep breath. In front of him was the place where Grandma Sher lived. It was only less than 5 kilometers away. According to Zhuoxiaoduo's judgment of Grandma Sher, she was a rare expert. Her strength should be about the same as Teacher Wen's and not much worse than Principal Ye's. But should he go or not? The position he was in now could be said to be the most awkward position. It was too far to return to the school, and it was too late to turn back. Moreover, if he turned back rashly, it would arouse the suspicion of the person lying in ambush, and it would lead to a strong attack. It was quite close to Grandma Sher's place. If he used his extreme speed, he could reach it in the blink of an eye. The disaster aura was not very strong. Although it was gathering, it had not condensed into a substance. In other words, the dangerous situation was not real, but it was not necessarily dangerous. Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind and suddenly accelerated. At his highest speed, he rushed out with a whoosh. The 5-kilometer distance was really covered in an instant. In the dilapidated community, the small farmhouses were already in front of him. But just as Zhuoxiaoduo approached, he could already smell the strong smell of paint. Looking around, he was immediately furious. Big red slogans were once again painted all over the walls of the courtyards. In the entire residential area, almost every wall facing the outside was covered with big blood-red slogans. Immoral, a beast in human clothing. Scum of the world, a disgrace of martial arts. A beast in human clothing, a stink for 10,000 years. Zhuoxiaoduo's expression suddenly changed. It became eerie and terrifying, as gloomy as water. Suddenly, a stench filled the air in front of them. A few young men pinched their noses and walked over with a look of disgust. They were actually carrying a load of dung and were walking towards the alley where Grandma Sher lived. It was easy to imagine what they wanted to do. Zhuoxiaoduo watched calmly. As soon as these young men entered, Zhuoxiaoduo was about to follow them and take action.
Impudent!
A furious roar rang out. Suddenly, a few screams sounded one after another. Golden light flashed, and the wind blew like an explosion. The 3 young men, along with the feces bucket, were all sent flying out of the alley. They had just flown out of the alley when they were torn apart in the air. They had actually been killed in one strike. 3 people had died. The 3 heads rolled on the ground continuously. Zhuoxiaoduo's expression suddenly changed. It was not a good thing to kill someone in this place. Who knew how many shameless people were staring at them, waiting to hit them when they were down? Zhuoxiaoduo did not have time to think and hurriedly rushed forward. Fortunately, Zhuoxiaoduo had the habit of changing his appearance and figure in advance every time he came here. Otherwise, he would not have dared to rush forward. The punishment for cultivators who killed ordinary people in the astral souls was extremely strict. No one dared to cross the line. In fact, this was what gave many ordinary people the courage to brazenly humiliate Vice Principal Sher's widow. He saw a young man in military uniform striding out of the alley, cursing, "You are all ungrateful bastards. How dare you bully the widow of a hero like this? I, Bai Xiangtian, will be the first to not tolerate you." Zhuoxiaoduo looked at this person. His first thought was that there was something wrong. This person looked righteous. He was tall and sturdy. His words seemed to be filled with righteousness, but his attacks were so ruthless. For so many years, this kind of thing had happened countless times, but when had he ever killed an ordinary person? This was the bottom line. Moreover, he killed so brazenly. It was as if he wanted nothing to happen. He instinctively looked at this person's face. However, as far as he could see, the person's face was blurry. It was obvious that this person had disguised himself. However, he could still see the murderous aura between his brows. More importantly, it was evil. Zhuo focused his mind and focused on the person's aura. He could not see anything wrong with this person's aura. There was a slight deviation, but he could not tell if this person was from the Astral Souls or from the Umno Alliance. Legend had it that when a Qi reader reached a certain level, he could see the essence of a person's aura at a glance. He could tell if the person was from the Umno Alliance or from the Astral Souls. Legend had it that the commander of the Middle East could do this. Zhuo's understanding of the Umno Alliance was still limited. He had not seen many people from the Umno Alliance. It was even more ridiculous than a joke that he could tell. However, Zhuo was not left empty-handed. At the very least, he could see that this person's body was abnormal. Although he was wearing a Yanwu military uniform, his gait was like a dragon or a tiger, giving off a dignified feeling. However, Zhuo could not feel any sense of security from this person. All he could feel was a murderous aura. In the next moment, the person's gaze landed on Zhuo. He shouted angrily, "You deserve to die for bullying the widow of a martyr." He struck out a palm towards Chu Yang's chest without distinguishing between right and wrong. A sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and struck out with a bang. Both of their palms collided with each other. Both of their bodies swayed. The young man in the military uniform looked surprised. This brat's strength was really impressive. He could actually block a palm strike with 30% of his cultivation. You're a martial artist. All the more you shouldn't bully the widow of a martyr. The young man in the military uniform roared angrily. He rushed forward again. His body leaped into the air. His palms fell like they could split mountains. They were full of murderous intent. Zhuo's mind raced. He had an extremely intense thought. What was going on? It was impossible for Grandma Sher not to know about such an unforeseen event. However, she did not come out. Perhaps she was not willing to come out at this time. She did not want to face it. However, if this was the case, the other party's plan would succeed. The other party's target was him. Seeing that the young man in the military uniform was full of murderous intent and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, Zhuo fought and retreated. He tried his best to dodge. However, his mind was slowly coming to a conclusion. The slogans all over the street were strange. He and Li Chenglong had never stopped monitoring the phone of the director, who was threatened by him. However, there was no news from him. In fact, it was not just the director. He had been monitoring the communications of the entire community and the daily life of the community. He hoped to get some useful information. However, he never got any. During this period, Zhuo did not notice anything unusual. There were no strangers coming in either. Then, the only possibility was that when he left the school, went to buy groceries, and then came to Grandma Sher's house, someone took the opportunity to set up a trap. The target was really him. However, such slogans and hiring people to set off the incident at the right time. It was impossible for an ordinary person with ordinary strength to do so in such a short period of time. Especially the arrival of the man in the military uniform was even more strange. After such a long period of contact, Zhuo knew very well that Grandma Sher never allowed Vice Principal Sher's former students to visit, let alone kill. Just now, he suddenly came out from the alley. This was even more strange. Also, with his cultivation and strength, and the distance that the three young men were thrown out, it proved that this person was a master of a certain level. However, if the distance was further, he could not have done it. Therefore, he did not come from Grandma Sher's house. The distance between the entrance of the alley and Grandma Sher's house was more than 70 meters. 3 ordinary people carried feces into the alley for 3 seconds. At most, they could only walk 2 to 3 meters before being sent flying. This person, the furthest he could have been from was 5 to 8 meters away. Only then could he have caused such an effect. In other words, the position where he attacked was at least 50 meters away from Grandma Sher's house. Putting all the clues together, these people are here for me. Their real target is me, and only me. This This was a deliberate ambush. Zhuoxiaoduo immediately thought of the disaster aura on his face. Instantly, he understood everything. It seems that someone has been watching me all this time. This period of peace in Hidden Dragon was not because my opponents did not want to cause trouble, but because I was exposed. Based on what happened before, they came to a conclusion. If they did not get rid of me, they would be exposed by my physiognomy at any time when they wanted to cause trouble. Therefore, their first target now fell on me. They have been monitoring my whereabouts all this time. It's just that they did not have a suitable opportunity before. Even coming to Grandma Shi's house was not a good opportunity to make a move. They would have to risk being killed by Grandma Shi. However, my daily routine was too monotonous. There was almost no chance to make a move. Only when I came to Grandma Shi's house, there was a slight gap to exploit. Today, when I left the school, I went straight to the market to buy groceries. They knew what I was going to do, so they prepared in advance. They arranged for people to come and paint slogans. When I came, they hired 3 ordinary young men to throw feces. Then, they rushed out to kill me in righteous indignation. Coincidentally, they met me. Killing me as an ordinary person who harmed a loyal person was logical. Even if someone investigated, it would just be an accidental killing. Once they left, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea. This is the trap. What a scheming and vicious person. Grandma Shi has seen many of these slogans and has long turned a deaf ear to them. Her spiritual sense is also slightly blocked because of this. As a result, Grandma Shi rarely hears about the fight outside. Even if she hears it, she will ignore it. She will even mistakenly think that these people are avenging her. Therefore, they have enough leeway to kill me here. Zhuoxiaoduo was extremely smart and had the help of physiognomy. In an instant, he figured everything out. The young man in military uniform opposite him had reached the level of nascent soul. His palms caused the space to roar. However, Zhuoxiaoduo tried his best to dodge. He was walking on the edge of life and death, but he was still able to protect himself. At this time, several men in military uniforms descended from the sky. One of them pretended to ask, "What's going on?" The man in military uniform shouted, "What are you asking? Let's kill this man first." Okay. The 4 men in military uniform attacked at the same time.
Boom.
Zhuoxiaoduo was hit and flew out. He crashed into a white wall with slogans written on it and wiped it with his hand. Both his hands were blood red, and the pungent smell of paint rushed to his head. Sure enough, it was not long ago. He was not killed yet, just as expected. With a loud bang, Zhuoxiaoduo crashed into the wall on the other side. The 5 men in military uniform did not hesitate at all. They chased after him like the god of death, and their killing intent was even more intense. Hong Long, the entire house collapsed. The residents inside screamed and screamed in terror. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was as hard as iron. He had no scruples. He seized the chance to live and did not care about anything else. Zhuoxiaoduo had long found the residents of this area an eyesore. Bullying a heroic and lonely old lady seemed to have become a daily pastime for these ordinary people. I can't kill you.
But
They can.
boom.
Zhuoxiaoduo was hit again and knocked over half of the house. In the midst of the dust, he rolled and crawled out from the other side. Although he was in a sorry state, his escape speed was still very fast. The 5 of them were even more unscrupulous than Zhuoxiaoduo. They continued to chase after Zhuoxiaoduo, causing the houses to collapse. There were even a few palm attacks that seemed to be threatening. If Zhuoxiaoduo cared about the residents around him, he would immediately be surrounded and killed. But why would Zhuoxiaoduo care? He just felt that it was a pity. He should have read the fortune of these 5 people first and judged that they were going to die.
But now,
There was no chance. With a loud bang, the roof of the director's house flew up into the sky. Zhuoxiaoduo screamed and crashed out from the other side.
boom.
Another wall collapsed. In less than a minute, 17 to 18 houses had been destroyed by Zhuoxiaoduo's serial killer palm. However, the 5 men behind him were getting more and more anxious. How could this brat be so slippery? 5 nascent soul experts had joined forces to besiege a brat who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, yet he had managed to escape. The Empire had regulations that forbade anyone from harming ordinary people. We were unscrupulous in order to achieve our goals, but how could this brat be so unscrupulous? Shouldn't you be protecting the ordinary people? You are actually having more fun than us. Of course, Zhuo didn't have any scruples. You're chasing after me, without any scruples. What can I, a mere embryonic breathing realm cultivator, do? When faced with your pursuit, I only care about escaping. Isn't that normal? Isn't it right to crash and destroy a few houses? I can't kill these bastards here, but I can make them poor and destitute. If I accidentally kill a few of them, that would be even better. It would be even more satisfying. Each of them is enjoying the peaceful days that heroes fought for with their lives, but they are doing heartless things like harming the families of heroes. I can't kill such people. Since that's the case, each of you can go and fix the houses. Zhuo dashed left and right. His body was as fast as lightning. It seemed like he was on the brink of death, but he always managed to escape in the nick of time. Bang, bang, bang. The houses collapsed one after another. 8,400 today. Looking for a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 502. Countless residents were trembling in the ruins. Was this the end of the world? Was this the power of a martial artist? Was he just running back and forth, smashing our houses into pieces with his flesh and blood? But why was he running back and forth, especially toward our walls? 70 to 80% of the houses in this area had collapsed, and there were less than 1 out of 10 survivors. Zhuo suddenly rose into the air amidst the dust. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with flowers and gold coins. 20 to 30 small gourds floated silently in the smoke. The 5 of them split into 5 different directions, breaking into the smoke and starting the siege again. But bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp explosions rang out incessantly. The 5 of them shouted angrily at the same time, "Despicable and shameless people, how dare you use hidden weapons?" One of them had blood all over his face, and he looked ferocious. He was hit by a small gourd that Zhuo poured all his strength into. The small gourd contained scorching spiritual energy, and it pierced through his defensive spiritual energy. Although he tilted his head in time to avoid being hit in the eyes, half of his ear was still hit. The man was ashamed and angry, and his killing intent grew stronger. When he was about to rush forward, he heard the sound of wind breaking behind his head. The small gourd flew back at an even faster speed and hit the back of his head with a bang. This hit was so direct that it made him dizzy, and he almost fell to the ground. It was just a small white jade gourd, but it had almost pierced through his head. Although it did not directly penetrate his brain, it still made a bloody hole at the back of his head. Blood gushed out like a child's pee. The injured man was shocked and angry at the same time. He did not expect Zhuo to be so powerful in actual combat. In front of them, Zhuo saw that the destruction was almost done, and he began to throw the hidden weapons in his hands one by one. Trapped in the dust, the 5 of them dodged in a sorry state. But at this moment, one was in the dark while the other was in the open. How could they dodge Zhuo's hidden weapons? In just a moment, everyone was injured. Then, sword light flashed again, and the stars twinkled. Zhuo did not plan to escape. Through the exchange of blows just now, he was already certain in his heart. They were just 5 ordinary soul transformation cultivators. With his current cultivation and strength, it was more than enough to take him down. Humph. Zhuo did not want to expose his identity. Once he did, it would inevitably bring trouble to Grandma Sher. Moreover, Grandma Sher was nearby. If his life was in danger, he only needed to expose his identity and shout, and Grandma Sher would rush over. No matter how these people pretended, Grandma Sher wouldn't believe them. But that step, if he could avoid it, he should avoid it. If it wasn't for his premonition, Zhuo would have warned Grandma Sher at the first moment and asked for help. The house was almost completely demolished. "No alliance spies," Zhuo shouted. How dare you lay your hands on the ordinary citizens of the Yenwu Empire? You deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. They had to stand on the moral high ground. How dare you destroy our people's houses? You are the UMNO Alliance spies. Someone on the other side scolded fiercely. You are a group of UMNO Alliance spies. Don't think that wearing our empire's military uniform can hide your UMNO Alliance aura. Xiaoduo stepped forward bravely. Everyone, listen up. Stay in your houses and don't move. Wait for me to capture these 5 UMNO Alliance spies. Everyone, don't move. We are capturing the UMNO Alliance spies. The 5 people on the other side were also alert. They reacted instantly and shouted in unison. In the void, Grandma Sher's body was wrapped in clouds as she watched the 6 people fighting below. She watched as the stubborn figure charged left and right. He charged into one house after another and basically destroyed all the houses in the village. Only then did he start his sharp counterattack. He spoke righteously and attacked at the same time. It was obvious that he had the situation in his hands. Grandma Sher's eyes flashed with heartfelt warmth. It was this little monkey. When you came closer, I recognized your footsteps. She saw everything that Xiaoduo did. Naturally, she also knew what Xiaoduo was thinking. At this moment, he still wanted to vent his anger for her and didn't want to implicate her. He would rather face 5 strong enemies alone.
He
was practically gambling with his life. Old Sure, this little monkey's temperament is really not bad. It's just that his temperament is completely different from ordinary heroes. He isn't taking revenge on a whim. He is going to the extreme in everything he does. Grandma Sure silently said in her heart, this child is really good. I like him. Xiaoduo naturally didn't know that Grandma Sure was already in midair. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. The only question was, should he use a sword or a hammer? He only thought for 1,000th of a second before he took out his sword. Without any hesitation, a burst of sword light suddenly exploded in midair. The starry sky suddenly filled the sky. The star steps reached the extreme in an instant. Drizzle sword, rainstorm sword, almost in an instant. He used all his strength to display all his superb sword techniques. In an instant, the sky changed color. The dense rain and fog shrouded an area of 1,000 feet with a swoosh. The sword lights and sword energies crisscrossed in the air. The small raindrops formed by the sword lights were like bullets flashing in a 3D movie. They fell down in a dense manner. The hidden heat of the evaporation instantly dried all the plants within a radius of a few thousand feet. Puff, puff, puff. The 5 people roared at the same time, desperately defending and attacking. However, all their struggles were to no avail. With Xiaoduo's full-strength attack after his breakthrough, every sword attack was the maximum explosion of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Once the sword energy of the cat spirit sword exploded, it would turn into surging magma. The area covered by the sword energy had been completely burned into a vacuum. A series of horrible shrieks sounded. The 5 people flew out like 5 kites with broken strings. They were full of regret. This was Xiaoduo, a new hidden dragon student, a practitioner who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. Why was he so strong? Thin lines of blood spurted out from the 5 people's bodies. Just as they spurted out, they turned into wisps of black smoke in the air, burned into gas by the Flaming Sun Sutra.
Boom.
The 5 people fell heavily on the ground at the same time. 5 puddles of blood appeared on the ground. However, they couldn't care less about the pain in their bodies. They jumped up and ran. Since they couldn't do it, running for their lives was the most important thing. However, Xiaoduo behind them waved his hand. Strings of shiny hidden weapons were already shooting towards them like raindrops. 2 of them had just jumped up. However, when they took a step forward, they realized that one of their legs was still on the ground. It had been cut off by the sword energy attack just now. Not only that, at the place where they had fallen, there were pieces of ears, fingers, an arm, and 2 feet connected to the ankle. In an instant, horrible shrieks shook the heavens and the earth. This wave of hidden weapons didn't go to waste. They all drilled into the flesh of the 5 people's wounds. Then they turned left and right in the flesh. Finally, with a boom, they exploded in the flesh. Clouds of blood mist flew out from these people's bodies violently. 2 of the people's eyes were directly blown into bloody holes in the explosion. 5 bodies that were like gunny sacks fell to the ground. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body flew down. The first thing he did was to dislocate the jaws of the 5 people. Then, with 5 consecutive slashes, he pierced their dantians. Then, he raised his long sword and used it as a chopping knife. Just like chopping pork ribs, he chopped off all the legs of the 5 people. Then he started to save the dying and heal the injured.
These people couldn't die.
They were all clues. Stopping the bleeding, cutting off the meridians, applying medicine, this series of actions was extremely practiced. It was as if he was very familiar with it. Finally, with each kick, he kicked the 5 blood gourds into a pile. Then, he picked up the phone and called Wen Xingtian. Teacher Wen, help. Someone wants to assassinate me. He's at Grandma Shi's place.
Fuck.
Wen Xingtian, who was in the middle of a meeting, didn't even have time to identify the direction. With a boom, he directly crashed a big hole in the wall and directly rushed out. Before the dust could even rise, Wen Xingtian's shadow had already disappeared. It seemed that Zhuo Xiaoduo's method of crashing through walls was actually inherited from this technique. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great student.
Fuck.
Xiang Quangren cursed but also rushed out. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's fierce operation and the score was 0-5 in an instant, Grandma Shi was completely relieved. This little monkey basically didn't need anyone to teach him what to do. Soon after, he quietly returned to his own small courtyard. When she was in midair, she looked at the ruins of the village. Countless people were wailing and trembling in the ruins. Grandma Shi's eyes were cold. She felt an inexplicable comfort in her heart. It was as if the pent-up anger of many years had suddenly dissipated by a lot. Her original resentful thoughts of, wait for me to clear my name and kill the whole village with one slap, had unknowingly dissipated by a lot. With this child here, I suddenly feel that this world is still worth protecting. Grandma Shi poured a cup of tea for herself. Her expression was much gentler and was no longer filled with dead silence like before. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, his actions are extreme. He only wants his own thoughts to be clear when he does things.
But
I like him very much, old man. Although you've trained many killing machines in battle formations, you don't have the ability to teach such a student, right? With a boom, Wen Xingtian landed like an intercontinental missile. The ground rumbled as he smashed, and the foundations of many houses shook. He jumped in midair and landed again. There were only a dozen houses that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't manage to destroy in time, but they all collapsed with a crash. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Why do I feel that Teacher Wen is purely harboring evil intentions and wants to demolish this place? Even if I didn't destroy so many houses before, when Teacher Wen lands this time, I estimate that more than half of them will collapse. Chapter 503. Then, Xiang Quangren also landed like a cannonball. The ground shook again. As far as the eye could see, other than Grandma Shi's house, there were no other buildings that were still intact. When Xingtian saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had recovered his appearance, and hurried over. What happened? I came to see Grandma Shi. She was ambushed by these people. Zhuo Xiaoduo told him about the whole thing, and then told him about his guesses and conjectures. When Xingtian's face immediately became serious. They're not dead, right? They're not dead. But they're all crippled. They're all nascent soul cultivators. Just in case, I crippled their cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned.
good job.
When Xingtian praised, he liked it the most. It was easier to interrogate when there was no hope. I'll take them all back. Okay, but here. The ordinary people's houses are badly damaged. Zhuo Xiaoduo said worriedly, what should we do? When Xingtian sighed and said, the hateful Umno Alliance spies sneaked into the continent of astral souls and destroyed so many ordinary people's houses. They're really abominable. But don't worry, I'll inform Star Shield to do the statistics, and then the governor's office will come and settle them down. Okay? So Xiaoduo suggested, but now Grandma Sure is still here, so it's a little inappropriate. Everyone's houses have collapsed. Only Grandma Sure's house didn't. Xiang Quangren said gruffly. What are you trying to say? So Xiaoduo was confused. What can I say? Xiang Quangren said angrily. What are you trying to do? Just say it. So Xiaoduo said, actually, I was thinking. My villa is so spacious, and it's just me and Li Chenglong. It's too empty. Why don't we? When Xingtian frowned and said, I'm afraid Mrs. Sure won't leave this house. Your intentions. So Xiaoduo knew what he meant and said, my courtyard. It's a few acres of empty space. When Xingtian said, you mean? So Xiaoduo sighed, speechless. I wanted you to say it out loud, but you didn't. You were beating around the bush to make me say, I've never seen such an irresponsible teacher. What I mean is, we can move this small courtyard. Move over there? It seems quite difficult, right? So Xiaoduo said cutely, it's not hard at all. Yi Chongqing also came and tried to persuade Madame Sure to move. He had already done so countless times. Xingtian. And Madame. Would it's possible? Would it successful? To everyone's surprise, it didn't take much persuasion this time. Grandma Sure agreed very quickly. Even Yi Chongqing was overjoyed by the result. Although it was a big surprise, the sense of relief in his heart was real and not fake at all. I live here because the Sure family's ancestral home is here. I just don't want to move. If old Sure was still alive, he would have been disappointed in his neighborhood and ancestral home. He wouldn't have let me suffer like this.
He's dead.
I've watched over him for so long. It's enough. So Xiaoduo comes every day. At first, I chased him away, but he still doesn't care about his reputation. He comes again and again, no matter how much I scold and beat him. Until now. Now, I'm still a distance away from the school. If the children want to see me, this distance is enough to cause them to lose their lives. Of course, I have to leave. No matter what, I can't be the bait for them to kill the children. Grandma Sure said lightly, the children are young and have many advantages. At the very least, they don't care about their reputation so much. They're not like some big shots who don't even come to the door after being scolded by me. In this world, the older you get, the more you care about your reputation. But you don't know that your reputation is long gone. Yi Chongqing, Xiang Quangren, when Xingtian and the others were scolded until their faces turned green. They were embarrassed and kept quiet. Grandma Sure didn't say anything too outrageous. She just snorted and stopped talking. Yi Chongqing hurriedly arranged for the moving. But in the process of moving, there was an accident. Countless villagers walked out from the ruins. Seeing that everyone was moving, they suddenly asked in unison, can we not move? So Xiaoduo said impatiently, why? Didn't you all dislike Grandma Sure for a long time? If she moves away, won't you all be satisfied? If she moves away, our compensation, these houses, the government's compensation, I'm afraid
It'll be
a long time before the day comes. An old man stammered. He was very ashamed and didn't dare to look at the crowd. He said in a low voice, oh. So Xiaoduo said with interest, oh, I don't quite understand. What you mean is, if Grandma Sure still lives here, you can benefit from it. Because the hero's family lives here, you can get compensation as soon as possible. Is that what you mean? Did I get it wrong? All the villagers lowered their heads in shame. Although they didn't answer, it was no doubt a tacit agreement. This was also the reality. In other words, you all know what kind of person Grandma Sure's husband is. So Xiaoduo suddenly wanted to kill someone. You all know that this is the hero's family that has been receiving long-term compensation from the government? Still, no one said a word. I see. Then I'll ask one more question. What do you all do on a daily basis? Don't ask about her well-being or greet her when she's met. Just say, is there anyone in your family who hasn't said anything bad about Principal Sure? Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was hoarse as he asked sternly. Still, no one said a word. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What are you talking about? Start moving. Yi Chongqing waved his hand coldly. Please don't move. Several old men suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Grandma Shi. Please don't move. Stay here and continue to be persecuted by you. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted coldly, his hands and feet moving even faster. Yi Chongqing ignored those people and looked around the small courtyard. He said, Don't move. First, use your true essence to solidify the foundation. Then, I'll lock the upper and lower space and 3 feet underground. Let's move the whole house there. Okay, understood. Under the stunned gaze of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Yi Chongqing and the other 2 people shouted and moved Grandma Shi's small courtyard in a few moves. Yi Chongqing sat on the roof and sealed the space with his vigorous true qi. Nothing in the small courtyard, not even a grain of soil, would fall. Xiang Quangren went downstairs and held the courtyard with one hand. He rose into the air and flew out. In short, they had used such a shocking method to move the entire courtyard away. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who thought that a lot of people would be needed to move the house and was eager to help, was stunned on the spot. He originally wanted to call people to help him. In his plan, there were people who would move furniture, books, and now it seemed that he was a country bumpkin. Just like that, Principal Yi used his hand to swipe across the square and carried the foundation away. The extra when Xingtian brought the 5 people who had been beaten up by Zhuo Xiaoduo and disappeared in an instant. These 5 people were all treasures and had to be taken care of carefully. Moving the small courtyard didn't require 3 experts to work together. That would be too much of a fuss. Seeing that everyone had left, Grandma Shi turned around. With a bang, her finger hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's head solidly.
Ah!
Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his head and was stunned. His eyes were full of confusion. Why didn't you ask for help? Grandma Shi looked at him sternly. Obviously, once you shouted, help would have come. Why are you, a Xiao in the embryonic breathing realm, thinking so much? Yes, you can win, but your true strength of being able to fight above your level will be exposed after today, won't it? Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his head.
Hee.
I'm not afraid. Afraid that I'll be upset? Grandma Shi hit his head again with her finger and said, You little monkey, you are too scheming and think too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo cried out in pain again. Grandma Shi's finger was like a steel bar, hitting his scalp until it made a loud sound. The pain seemed to be magnified, making him extremely uncomfortable. However, after 2 knocks, Zhuo Xiaoduo was in so much pain that tears almost flowed out. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Grandma Shi, I won't dare to do it again. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a professional when it came to admitting his fear. His teary, guilty, and sincere expression of admitting his mistake could definitely make any strict teacher or parent feel his sincerity. Grandma Shi was indeed fooled. She snorted softly. It's good that you know your mistake. Immediately, she strode forward, her speed neither fast nor slow. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly followed behind like a lackey. Along the way, he asked about her well-being and was very attentive. Behind him, only the villagers with complicated and uncomfortable expressions were left. They looked on helplessly as Grandma Shi left. All that was left behind was a huge square pit. Whether it was Yi Chongqing, Grandma Shi, or the others, during the entire process of moving, they didn't look at these people again. The affection of the ancestral home had long been completely wiped out by the persecution of conscience. Not a single drop was left. After this time, it was completely severed, and there was no more affection. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Grandma Shi chatted and laughed as they left, not looking back. That kind of silent indifference immediately made these people feel cold all over, and they trembled with fear. Basically, everyone who lived in this area knew that this old lady was an expert, a super expert. However, everyone also knew that this super expert would never make a move. The main reason why she wouldn't make a move was because this was the ancestral home of Headmaster Shi. Everyone in the village was a neighbor. Everyone also knew that this old lady's husband was wrongly accused. However, this didn't stop them from deliberately saying some things to provoke the other party and deliberately doing some things to disgust the other party. The pleasure of humiliating a strong person in the clouds. The feeling of, aren't you awesome? How did you die? Aren't you the high and mighty headmaster? Aren't you someone that no one dares to provoke? Why are you like this now? Back then, when I begged you to open the back door for my child to enter the school, you said that my child didn't have the qualifications, and you weren't willing. What about now? Aren't you still dead? When alive, you were above us. When dead, your reputation is so bad, and you still want us to continue worshipping you. Who do you think you are? Leaving behind a widow, do you still want us to treat her like a grandma? What's wrong with bullying her? This kind of dark and twisted mentality, they didn't know where it came from, but it was real to now that the other party was about to leave. They just remembered that if this old lady wasn't here, the losses caused by this incident, the compensation, the subsidies, wouldn't know when they would come. If the old lady was still here, these compensations, these new houses, they would all be in place very quickly. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, but in short, it would be very soon. This was, without a doubt. But now, the old lady was gone, and she took the ancestral home with her, never to return. This meant that those compensations and subsidies would still come, but it wouldn't be very fast, and it wouldn't be sufficient. This was also without a doubt, because they no longer had the right to get people to come immediately. The hero had gone far away and would no longer protect them. When the hero's widow left, she didn't even turn back to look. It was said that when killing enemies on the battlefield, one had to turn back to take a look after killing the enemy. After the battle, one had to collect the corpse. But now, the old lady of the Sher family didn't even look at them. In fact, they were worse than corpses. In the sunset, everyone watched in a daze as the old and the young stepped on the setting sun and slowly left. Boundless regret was like the boundless darkness that was about to come, devouring everything. I don't know who said that a country needs heroes, because when everyone respects heroes, there will be more people who want to be heroes. However, when the people of this country didn't respect heroes and even trampled on and suspected the former heroes, heroes would no longer exist. If the heroic souls had spirits, the human world that they had once risked their lives to protect would become like this. Then, the heroic souls would also be far away. When a hero was bitterly disappointed, no one would want to be a hero. Therefore, there would be no more heroes in this world. Lu Xun had once said, "This world needs war." After too long of peace, there would always be many complicated things that replace the respect and reverence in people's hearts. Therefore, the consequences of too long of peace were corruption and moral decay. Update complete. This chapter is clearly a chapter to vent my anger, but I wrote it with a heavy heart. Chapter 504. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Granny sure had moved over. Sigh, they would be living in the same courtyard from now on. This was equivalent to having a super bodyguard protecting him. His sense of security instantly exploded. Although Principal Yi could also provide protection, the principal was still very busy after all. Teacher Wen would beat him up if he glared at him. Besides, Granny sure was the one who was worried about staying here alone. Now that she had moved over, she felt more at ease. It was easy to overthink when she was alone. If she couldn't take it anymore, wouldn't it be terrible if there was no one around? In the villa, Zhou Xiaoduo's courtyard was really a few acres of land. The villa was right in the middle. Granny sure was unwilling to move into the villa. She only wanted to live in her original small courtyard. After some discussion, they arranged the villas side by side, leaving a distance of more than 10 meters in the middle, and placed Granny Sure's small courtyard there. Moreover, they increased the height of the small courtyard a little. The height was not very obvious. They also added a gentle slope that extended all the way to the door, and the steps Yi Chongqing, and the others were especially meticulous. Every detail was done as well as possible. They were even discussing how to use streamlines and curves to make the lawn look as flat as possible, putting an old courtyard and a villa together, trying not to make the difference too big and the difference in quality. This was not an easy task. Granny sure did not care about this at all. She completely let them do whatever they wanted. She found a chair in Zhua Xiaodua's courtyard and sat down to take a nap. In the end, Yi Chongqing and the others made Granny Shi's small courtyard look even more classy than the single-family villa here. The winding path led to a secluded place. Stone slabs were laid on the green grass. There were also many green bamboos in the surroundings. The bamboos extended all the way, getting shorter and shorter, and then connected to the side. There were countless bamboos around the small courtyard, covering the mottled courtyard walls. Only a corner of the eaves could be seen. Yi Chongqing and Xiang Quangren didn't even care about the 5 captives that Wen Xingtian had brought back. They were fully focused on their work here. From time to time, they would fly a little further away to check if there was anything else that was out of place. Their bodies, hands, and faces were all covered in mud. From time to time, they would gather together to discuss and point at each other. Then they would start working again. In the end, he still felt that it was inappropriate and uncoordinated, so he decided to consult with Xiaoduo, the feng shui master. After receiving guidance, he directly dug a pit in the west side of the courtyard, solidified the bottom and the surroundings, and instantly built a fish pond. Xiang Quangren flew out as well. In just a short while, he had moved a rockery and a pavilion with one hand. Then he held a huge plastic bag with his other hand. Inside, there were many beautiful fish of various colors. Finally, he moved a small bamboo forest around the fish pond. Sparse shadows slanted. The sun was already setting in the west. In the small courtyard, the door to the room was open. Vice Principal Shi, dressed in martial attire, sat with his hand on his sword as he silently watched his 2 old brothers working for his family. They were busy and covered in mud. They discussed, argued, moved, and built. That kind of seriousness, that kind of effort, that kind of precision, that kind of detail, that kind of perfection, 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 that kind of perfection. Vice Principal Shi's serious face seemed to have a hint of gentleness. Finally it was done. Yi Chongqing and Xiang Quangren looked left, right, front, and back, and looked around to make sure that there were no more mistakes. Their faces were full of joy and comfort. Grandma Shi, who had been sitting on the chair, finally woke up from her nap. She looked over with a blank expression and suddenly said, "Today is the day that old Shi and I move into a new house. I'm going out to buy some food. Do you want to come and drink some wine?" Her voice was very flat, and there was a hint of disdain in her tone. Yi Chongqing and Xiang Quangren were stunned. The 2 of them seemed to have misheard and asked in unison, "Really?" Grandma Shi said impatiently, "Just say that you're not coming. Come." Yi Chongqing was such a calm person, but his eyes turned red in an instant. Xiang Quangren's tears even fell. Ever since Vice Principal Shi's death, it was rare for people to come to this small courtyard, especially the few of them. Today, they actually received such an invitation. The 2 of them were so surprised that they almost thought that they were dreaming. "Tonight, my brother and I will drink until we're drunk." Yi Chongqing's voice was hoarse. He laughed, but his voice was already trembling. That night, Yi Chongqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and a few other hidden dragon teachers came. Everyone drank in the small courtyard, laughing and chatting merrily until the latter half of the night. Everyone was dead drunk. When Shi Yunfeng was still around, everyone was like this. They often drank in the small courtyard. They drank when they were happy, when they were depressed, when they were angry, when they were bored, when it was raining, when it was snowing, and when it was snowing, they drank now. It was still the same small courtyard, but there was one less person. At first, the 10 or so people were still joking and trying not to talk about sad topics. However, later on, they could not help but raise their wine cups and drink with Shi Yunfeng in the portrait. Their voices started to tremble as they spoke. Brothers died, a cup of wine for 20 years. A few people raised their cups in the courtyard, and one person sat in front of the portrait. 16 brothers in life and death, rising and falling in the world of yin and yang. I still remember when Yunfeng was still around. Lightning struck across the sky and cut off his soul. We held together on the battlefield, sacrificing ourselves for 2,000 years. We waved the golden sword in front of the sun and moon pass, raising our children and grandchildren. We spent our lives working for the country and the people, and our reputations are glorious. 20 years later, we toast our brothers, and we drink until our souls are broken. We dream of this day, choked in our throats, unable to speak. Enchanting let out a long sigh. Yunfeng, you've been wronged. Big brother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. He raised his head to drink, but his breath was unstable, and he choked. In the portrait, Vice Principal Sure sat with his hand on his sword. His gaze was gentle, and a breeze blew, flipping the portrait slightly. He seemed to be drinking with his brothers. Grandma Sure kept cooking, and when it got cold, she would take it back to heat it up. In the end, Xiang Quangren burst into tears. He lay on the ground and cried, and no one could pull him up. He hammered the ground with his fists and cried, but he refused to say what he was crying about when Xingtian, on the other hand, remained seated and did not say a word. He drank one cup of wine after another. When others drank, their faces would turn red. However, when Xingtian was different. After drinking, his face would turn green. The more he drank, the greener he got. The greener he got, the more he drank. He sat upright and downed all the wine that came his way. In the darkness of the night, his ashen face, coupled with his increasingly sharp eyes, were like two sharp swords that swept in all directions. Sword chi overflowed. As far as the eye could see, bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest fell, without any wind. The morning breeze was mighty, and it blew across the world. The night of drinking finally came to an end. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were not qualified to sit in this drinking party. They were busy, playing the role of housewives, and even tidying up the messy dining table. The scene. Every place was clean and spotless. From the very beginning of the drinking session, Yichanqing had given strict orders. I don't care what your kennels are like, but this little courtyard has to be clean and tidy at all times. If there is even the slightest mistake, haha. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. Naturally, the two of them trembled like cicadas in winter. Yichanqing and the others had gone back long ago. At this moment, only when Xingtian was left, and he did not leave. He sat upright, with a wine jar in one hand and a wine bowl in the other. He poured a bowl of wine, raised it forward, and said, "Fifth brother Sure, please." Then he drank it in one gulp. Then he paused, as if thinking about something. After a few minutes, he poured another bowl and drank it in one gulp. After everyone had left, another 8 or 9 jars of wine were piled up beside when Xingtian. The more he drank, the greener his face became, and the more he drank, the fiercer his eyes became. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him, and the fear in his heart kept rising. He did not even dare to go forward to persuade him. When Xingtian sat there, like a sharp sword that shocked the world, and the light shone in all directions, evil spirit rushed to the sky, and killing intent filled the sky. A ray of sword chi rushed to the sky, shining brightly in the sky above Foam High, and the light shone in all directions. This night, just this ray of sword chi was enough to make the hearts of countless experts in Foam High City tremble, and they did not dare to breathe. Grandma Sure appeared at the door. Looking at Wen Xingtian sitting upright, she could not help but shake her head, sighed, and said lightly, 100,000 massacre. Why, are you resigning? Are you quitting? Hearing this, Wen Xingtian's body trembled, and the look in his eyes suddenly changed, as if he was alert in an instant, and his mind returned. Grandma Sure sighed. Go back to class, your students are still waiting for you. When Xingtian's eyes slowly closed, and the sword chi that swept across the sky, and the killing intent that filled the sky, quickly disappeared. In an instant, it disappeared, as if it had never appeared. You are no longer 100,000 massacre. You are a literary teacher, just a literary teacher. It's good to be so literary.
Grandma Sure said, go.
I have moved here. You can come here any time in the future to drink with your fifth brother, and I will cook for you. When Xingtian nodded silently, and suddenly stood up. A majestic power surged out from his body, and the smell of alcohol spread in the air, intoxicating people. Finally, he took a deep breath, and after a long exhalation, he finally said with a hoarse voice, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Then he took a step out, and with one step, he disappeared, and there was no trace of him. Grandma sure sighed softly. Zhuo asked curiously, 100,000 Massacre. Is that Mr. Wen's nickname? That's strange. There's nothing strange about it. Grandma sure shook her head lightly. When Xingtian was on the battlefield, he said that if he did not kill 100,000 people, he would not die in peace. And he kept on killing. Li Chenglong clicked his tongue. Then, did he kill that many people? Grandma sure smiled. If it was calculated in terms of military merits, the number of people he killed had already exceeded, and it was the kind that exceeded by a lot. After that, he got this nickname, 100,000 Massacre. She smiled softly. When the Hidden Dragon Academy was looking for teachers, there were strict requirements. This included Principal Yi, your Mr. Wen, your Principal Shi, and the others. Back then, each of them was a warrior on the battlefield, if it was not because of the damage to their origin. At this point, she smiled sadly and said when they came to the Hidden Dragon Academy, they were at their current cultivation level. After so many years, they are still at this level. Zhuo said in surprise. Origin damaged? Wasn't it because of the injury to Principal Ye's heart? Grandma sure snorted and said, the injury to the heart is something that happens after you come to the Hidden Dragon Academy. This group of people encountered the Invincible the Flood Witch in the past. They were a whole army of 12,000 people, and they were led by a deputy commander. But the Flood Witch just flew across the sky and smashed the hammer of 1,000 souls. Out of 12,000 people, 9,000 died on the spot. The rest all had their origin damaged. From then on, they could not advance in martial arts. Grandma sure shook her head and sighed. Otherwise, why would they come to the Hidden Dragon Academy? Chapter 5:05. Zhuo and Li Chenglong were dumbfounded. A troop of 12,000 people and a deputy commander with a higher level of cultivation.
That
Great Flood Shaman only used one hammer to defeat it? Zhuo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dryly, that the Flood Witch is so powerful? Is she really invincible? She's more than powerful. Grandma sure sighed. At that time, she was the nightmare of the entire astral souls. It was said that even the sky-inspecting throne and the star-plucking emperor were not her match. Li Chenglong's face turned pale and said, what about the left and right heavenly kings? They can beat her, right? Grandma sure rolled her eyes and said, don't talk like a child. The right heavenly king of the left and right heavenly kings is the son of the star-plucking emperor. They are a generation younger, and they don't have the strength to defeat their father. Zhuo felt his scalp tingle. Then isn't this flood shaman really invincible in the world? He is invincible in the world. Grandma sure snorted and said, among the star soul cultivators of our generation, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to tear this flood shaman into pieces. However, there wasn't a single person who didn't dare to admit that he wasn't number one in the world. Is he really that powerful? Zhuo exclaimed. Go to school. Grandma sure said, are you coming back for lunch? What do you like to eat? I will make it for you. Zhuo smiled and said, I will come back from grocery shopping and drink with Grandma sure. Li Chenglong's alcohol tolerance is not good. I don't like to drink with him. Little monkey. Grandma sure scolded with a smile. Go. He had to work harder. His foundation had to be solid. Only then can you walk steadily and go far, remember? Remember. Zhuo and Li Chenglong strode away. Grandma sure looked at the two youths, leaving with youthful vitality, and couldn't help but smile softly. This kind of youthful vitality. She had seen too many of them. Perhaps, in a few years, he would go to the battlefield and display his prowess. As his thoughts flowed, he sighed. In the distant Umno Alliance. Heavenly Sorcerer Hall.
deep underground. Wow.
He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, which sprayed out dozens of meters. A tall and sturdy figure with disheveled hair was panting heavily. His eyes suddenly shone with an extremely sharp light. "My eyes have recovered." He panted and looked extremely weak. Suddenly, he looked up and roared, "Zwa! I'm not done with you." His eyes had recovered, and his body was slowly recovering as well. But occasionally, he would feel weak for some reason. This situation left the Flood Witch, who was once an invincible expert, speechless. Occasionally, a surge of energy would surge in, and in an instant, it was even stronger than before, much stronger. But after a few days, a lot of his strength would be sucked away. This kind of situation was completely passive and irresistible. This kind of situation had happened many times on and off, causing the Flood Witch to suffer. The cultivation of the heart in the mortal world was over. His cultivation had indeed increased by one level. But now, this kind of speechless situation also followed. There was a connection here that was constantly providing the power of providence, as if someone was accumulating providence for him. And there was a pipe that was constantly sucking out providence. It made him feel like he was the strongest in the world at one moment and like a weak chicken in the next, although he had tried his best to use all kinds of methods to balance his state, and although he had improved a lot compared to when he had just returned, but this kind of extreme weakness that occasionally appeared was still unavoidable. I can sweep across 3,000 miles, and I can easily crush all life within 3,000 miles. Even high-level martial artists were no exception. But after I'm done, maybe there will be a twitch, and I'll fall from the sky and be dizzy. How can I dare to go out in this kind of situation? What if at this time, I encounter a similarly ruthless character who can take the opportunity to kill me? If I die in this way, won't I become a laughingstock and be hated for eternity? The Flood Witch felt that she was going crazy.
Zwa!
You're so fucking cruel. You're willing to use your own son to plot against me. I fucking. The Flood Witch was speechless to the extreme. My life ring has been taken away by you. With a crack, the void exploded with a clenched fist. But after that, she began to gasp for breath again. Since waking up, the Flood Witch had an impulse to hit the ground with her head every time she thought of this matter. I've been cheated. I've really been cheated. I've been cheated so badly.
Boss, what happened to you?
A man in fiery red walked in. I'm fine. Flood snorted coldly and said, I used the secret method to advance. Although it was successful, I need some time to stabilize. I'm afraid it will take me 10 years to completely consolidate my state and return to my strongest state. 10 years. The man in red fell into a state of sluggishness at once. I've been waiting so long for you to come back, but you say it will take you 10 years to recover. He couldn't help but remind, Boss, the situation now is very strange. Not only our luck has been taken away, but your godson is also making up for it. In fact, it's not a matter of taking advantage of the light or suffering a loss. If your godson has great achievements in the future, what he will give you will be much greater than what has been taken away from you now. The fiery red man said anxiously, but as he spoke, he stopped himself. Damn it, he said too much. What the boss didn't want to hear the most now was his godson.
I don't need it.
The Flood Witch looked at the man in red in front of her. Her eyes were as if they were going to smash his face. She said word by word, and, don't promote in front of me anymore.
Son.
Understand? Yes. The man in red nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He thought to himself, you fucking recognized your own godson. At that time, you were so gratified that you cried as if you had picked up a great treasure. You were so grateful that you shed tears and snot, and even gave away your life ring. And now you say you don't care. Humph, I'm too embarrassed to mention these scandals of yours.
Buzz.
A big hammer suddenly appeared. With a bang, the man in red in front of her was sent flying by the hammer. The Flood Witch's furious voice could be heard. What kind of expression is that? What the fuck are you thinking? The flood which was furious. In fact, he could feel that the luck that had been taken away from him was far less than the luck that had been given back. His godson was really the son of destiny. This was beyond doubt. In this aspect, he had indeed benefited from it. But the problem now was they were enemies. Before he died in the mortal world, he had received a great favor from him. He had to wear mourning clothes and send him off. This was a huge karma that couldn't be repaid. The reason why he said it couldn't be repaid was because this action made up for the only shortcoming of his mortal world, having no descendants. It was just that his luck had been taken away by the backlash of that big array. He just had to wait for his strength to return and cut it off, and it would be over. How could it take 10 years? But the problem would then become that he had simply accepted the other party's benefits. Yes, it was accepting the benefits of the godson. The godson's luck was so great that it would constantly strengthen his own luck. This was equivalent to owing him more and more in this life. But he couldn't refuse or resist. He couldn't refuse it even if he wanted to. The godson's status was confirmed and witnessed by heaven and earth. It was equivalent to the continuation of his life bloodline. Feeding him back was a logical thing to do, a matter of course. But the key problem now was that he had already owed him in his previous life. He owed him again in this life, and would owe him for the rest of his life. It was equivalent to taking the other party's benefits while constantly going against him. Fighting. How could he endure this? The flood which felt that his skin wasn't that thick. 10 years was enough for him to adapt to this state and even cultivate to become stronger. Then, he must return all of this and find a way to cut off this karma. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable and guilty when he went out to fight. At his level, how could it be so easy to accept favors and karma? Just cut it off. And these were the key factors that directly affected the Great Tao. That Zhugai is too insidious. The flood which was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter. And the Umno alliance. He was too careless. After returning, he felt that something was wrong and even shattered the soul projection he had prepared in advance to find the reason. That day, Lai Hua and Bing Ming happened to come to see him. He had already looked through half of it and still didn't find any problems. He asked these two guys to look at the soul projection with him and brainstorm to find out where the problem was. In the end, he let these two bastards see a big show where he was schemed against and turned upside down. That day, these two guys almost died laughing in front of him. His strength hadn't recovered that day, and he was at his weakest. He couldn't drive these two guys away. Not to mention Lai Hua, even Bing Ming, who was known as the 10,000-year popsicle, laughed in front of him on the spot when it came to the part where he gave out the life ring. These two guys went back to watch it again and again. They watched it over and over again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Damn it. In their eyes, he changed from the most powerful and invincible man in the world to the most laughingstock in the world in just a few minutes. Yesterday, Bing Ming fearlessly asked, "Boss, if you meet your godson on the battlefield, will you fight him? What if he suddenly calls you godfather in front of 2 armies?" Because of this sentence, Bing Ming was still lying on the bed. All the bones in his body were smashed by himself. Damn bastard. Zhugai, you schemed well. You schemed so well. The flood witch said to herself ferociously, "But so what? You won't be able to come back in 10 years. Even if you can come back, what can you do? Are you my opponent? Even if Yu Xingqian is here, you still can't defeat me. You're wasting your time. As long as I see you, I'll be the first one to smash you. Your son is my godson. I can't touch him for the time being, but you're not my godson. You're my enemy. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you.
Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Boss.
If you kill your godson's father, it seems to be. Cough, cough, cough. The fire witch who had just returned muttered fearlessly. Fuck off. A loud curse erupted like a volcano. A hammer. The fire witch flew away again. Behind him came a series of curses. Zhugai, you're despicable. You're shameless. You're a bastard, you. I'll never forgive you. Boomed, the whole Seoul Oracle Hall made of star iron flew into the sky and suddenly shattered. Update complete. Chapter 506. The freshman competition of the Hidden Dragon High School ended, as scheduled. However, Li Chenglong did not win the championship that he had been longing for. He was only the runner-up. Yes, the runner-up. In this freshman competition, the first place was the runner-up. Everyone knew that there was one person who did not participate in the competition from the beginning to the end. He was a freshman, but his strength had long surpassed the limits of all the freshmen. It was to the extent that if he participated in the competition, he would be bullying others and destroying the balance. He alone was enough to suppress all the geniuses in the Hidden Dragon High School. If he was not the champion, none of the geniuses would be convinced. Li Chenglong was miserable. He protested for a long time in grief and indignation. In the end, he went up the stage happily and received the runner-up prize. As for the champion, you did not participate in the competition. Why should you be rewarded? It was a pity that Sui Xiaoduo, who didn't know about this, didn't even attend the award ceremony because he didn't want to worry about it. He was still focused on cultivating. There was a big problem in the interrogation of the Hidden Dragon High School this time. The 5 people they captured this time were all nascent soul cultivators. This level of cultivation was neither high nor low. In a small place like Phoenix City, this level of cultivation would be considered top-notch. However, in any large clan, this level of cultivation was far below the level of a core member. Therefore, after they were captured, Wen Xingtian and the others only went to interrogate the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, they did not have much hope. However, the world was so strange. After a round of interrogation, they actually found a big fish. Qiu Shaoqian ordered us to do this. They interrogated the 5 people separately. 3 of them knew the mastermind, but the 3rd one heard it from the 2nd one, the 2nd from the eldest one, and the 4th and 5th knew nothing. They only knew that there was a superior. After hearing this news, the whole Hidden Dragon High School was shocked. When Wen Xingtian and Xiang Quangren heard this shocking news, they began to interrogate more carefully. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not give up anything else. Other than knowing that Qiu Shaoqian ordered them to kill Sui Xiaoduo, they did not know anything else. And these people were Qiu Shaoqian's hired thugs on normal days. If you fancy a woman, go snatch it. If you fancy a fortune, go snatch it. If you fancy something, go snatch it. And although Old 4 and Old 5 did not know that this operation was ordered by Qiu Shaoqian, they still confessed many of the dirty things they had done for Qiu Shaoqian. That's the general situation. When Xingtian looked surprised. Qiu Shaoqian, I'm afraid.
He's really a suspect this time.
At least, he's definitely involved in this matter. Yi Changqing rubbed his forehead with a heavy expression. Qiu Shaoqian was the brother-in-law of the king of Zhongyuan. The king of the Central Plains, Fenghai's #1 expert, the #1 power, and most importantly, he had the backing of the royal family. This fish was really big. He immediately dialed the number of the Southern District Chief. Chief Nan, there's a new situation. It's like this. This matter involves the Prince Mansion of the Central Plains. Hearing this, the other side of the phone fell silent for a moment. This matter was really a little tricky. Although Chief Nan did not take the king of the Central Plains seriously, it was not a small matter to suddenly make a move on a prince with real power who could suppress the Central Plains. On the phone, Chief Nan replied clearly, "You Hidden Dragon High School don't bother about this matter. I'll ask Star Shield to step in and follow the proper procedures." Yi Changqing said, "But this matter concerns my revenge for Hidden Dragon High School." Chief Nan said calmly, "If Hidden Dragon High School were to step in, it's very likely that there would be no results. Everyone knows that Qiu Shaoqian does not have such ability and courage, so there must be someone else behind him. But the person behind him might not necessarily be the king of the Central Plains. And most importantly, if the other party's mastermind is really the king of the Central Plains, even if Hidden Dragon High School does its best, it might not be a match for him. It's better not to provoke him. With Hidden Dragon High School's current situation, Even if the mastermind is not the king of the Central Plains, the pressure from the king of the Central Plains is still something you can't handle. Yi Chongqing nodded slowly and said, "Yes, this is reality." Chief Nan said, "Once Jiao Shaoqian enters Star Shield, his identity and background in the king of the Central Plains can be temporarily set aside. If he wants to get away, it will depend on whether his position is important or not. If his position is important enough, someone will definitely take action, either to fish him out or to silence him. And when it comes to dealing with this, Hidden Dragon High School is also far inferior to Star Shield." Yi Chongqing said, "Yes, but I'm afraid Star Shield will not be able to catch him. This time, I'll send people directly from Star Shield," Chief Nan said. But now that more than a night has passed, Jiao Shaoqian might have already heard the news and fled. He won't. Chief Nan's voice was very certain. These 5 people must be kept alive. Then the phone call ended. Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other. They didn't understand why Chief Nan was so confident. If they hadn't been busy moving yesterday, there might have been hope of catching Jiao Shaoqian. But they had been busy moving for so long and had been drinking all night. There was no way Jiao Shaoqian didn't know that those 5 people had failed. He wasn't a fool. Why wouldn't he run? Although they knew that if they didn't interrogate him in time, there might be unforeseen circumstances, Yi Chongqing and the others still drank that wine without hesitation. Because that was a wine that they had dreamed of, but didn't dare to hope for a long time. They had made up their minds yesterday. If they couldn't get anything out of the interrogation, then forget it. Even if there were really clues, they would just have to put in more effort. Today, when they learned about Jiao Shaoqian's whereabouts, although they felt regretful, they didn't regret it. But why was Chief Nan so confident that Jiao Shaoqian would run? It was puzzling that at this time, in the King of the Central Plains residence. The King of the Central Plains was standing by the huge fish pond. In his hand were Zhao's star beast condensed cores, which were the size of corn grains. He threw them into the fish pond one by one. One after another, fishes with wings and golden luster all flew out of the water surface, fighting to snatch the treasures. They swallowed them and sank to the bottom. Once they snatched the cores, they had to digest them. These star beast condensed cores might be good stuff, but to these fish, they were just right for them to bear. They wouldn't suffer from indigestion after eating them. The King of the Central Plains had a lot of star beast condensed cores in his hands, but there seemed to be more fish in the pond. Judging by the size of each fish, they probably weighed more than 50 kilograms. But no matter whether they jumped out of the water or fell, they didn't make a lot of noise or splash. There were only soft splashes. Such big fish actually only made the soft sound of bubbles popping when they jumped out of the water. But because the sound was too loud, they didn't eat the star beast condensed cores. The King of the Central Plains was already quite effective against this group of 3-winged star spirit fish that he had trained for a long time. His phone suddenly rang. The King of the Central Plains didn't immediately answer. A moment later, the butler walked over quickly with the phone in his hand. "Your Highness." "HM? It's Chief Nan."
Oh.
The King of the Central Plains took the phone, and his laughter was exceptionally hearty. "Chief Nan, why are you so free today to call me personally?" Over the phone, Chief Nan's voice was very cold. "King of the Central Plains, I have to inform you of something bad. Please be careful." "Chief Nan, please go ahead." "Your brother-in-law is suspected of seeking the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy." Chief Nan said directly, "The evidence is irrefutable. Before this afternoon, get him ready. I want him alive and intact. He can't turn into a corpse after entering S.H.I.E.L.D., and he can't have his life and death controlled by others. He can't say anything. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to go to the King of the Central Plains residence to get him." Chief Nan's voice was very calm. "Is there a problem?" The King of the Central Plains' expression changed. He pondered and didn't answer for a while. After a pause, he said, "Go and see where Jiao Shaoqian is now." The butler didn't hesitate and left with a whoosh. The King of the Central Plains said in a low voice, "Chief Nan, please wait for a moment. I'll go and confirm Jiao Shaoqian's whereabouts now." I'll definitely give you an answer. The king of the Central Plains' cold voice said, I don't want to hear your answer. I just want Qiu Shaoqian in good condition. If he's dead, then you'll be the biggest suspect. The king of the Central Plains laughed. Chief Nan, are you thinking of arresting me too? The king of the Central Plains said, You can try. Kill Qiu Shaoqian before this afternoon, and see if I dare to arrest you. With a smack, the phone was hung up. The king of the Central Plains grabbed the phone that had already been hung up, and it was still pressed against his ear. His expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The butler flew over. Your Highness, young Master Qiu is missing. We don't know where he went for the time being. Missing? The king of the Central Plains smiled faintly. He turned to look at the fish pond and threw out a condensed pill. He watched as a big fish swooped out and swallowed the condensed pill. He said faintly, Find Qiu Shaoqian and detain him in the residence. Hand him over in the afternoon.
But I don't want to say it a second time.
The king of the Central Plains said faintly, Qiu Shaoqian who's alive and can talk, who can't have his life and death controlled by others, and who can't enter Star's shield and then die. Qiu Shaoqian who's intact and sane. The butler was stunned and said respectfully, Yes. Then he turned and left. The next moment, thousands of people from the king of the Central Plains residence rushed out of the residence and scattered in all directions. However, after a while, more figures flew out from all directions and sped in all directions. The king of the Central Plains' expression was gloomy as he continued to feed the fish. Only his eyes flickered and flickered. Nan Zhengqian really dared to arrest him, although he was only the Minister of Finance. If it were another minister, the king of the Central Plains might not even care. However, Nan Zhengqian was different. He was completely different. Everyone knew that. There was no marshal in the south. Nan Zhengqian was the Minister of Finance in Shangjing, but there was no marshal in the Southern Army now. However, no one dared to go to the south. Chapter 507. This was because the Southern Chief did not send anyone to take up the position. As long as the Southern Chief did not personally send someone to take up the position, no matter who it was, even if they went with the military appointment letter, they were a group of proud soldiers and valiant generals who had fought for thousands of years. They did not even care about life and death, not to mention the rank of an official. Why would they care about a military appointment letter? The Southern Corps only recognized Nan Zhengqian, and this man alone. The king of Zhongyuan had no doubt that since the Southern Chief had said this to him, if he still killed Qiu Shaoqian and turned him into an idiot, the Southern Corps would destroy his mansion. Reason drill. Yes, this reason was enough. Or rather, this reason was enough. After feeding the fish, the king of Zhongyuan returned to his room with his hands behind his back. Then, he strolled leisurely to the backyard. The princess of Zhongyuan was admiring the flowers in the backyard pavilion. Her pretty face was filled with tranquility. The king of Zhongyuan quietly entered the pavilion with his hands behind his back. With a shake of his head, the two women immediately retreated. Your Highness? The princess of Zhongyuan looked at her husband with her clear eyes, somewhat suspicious. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the princess of Zhongyuan's face with his eagle-like eyes. A moment later, smack! A heavy slap sent the princess of Zhongyuan to the ground. Blood spurted out of her cherry lips. The princess of Zhongyuan covered her face and looked at the king of Zhongyuan in shock and grievance. This sudden change of events stunned her. Is it strange? The king of Zhongyuan asked gently. Smack! Another slap was sent over. The king of Zhongyuan put his hands behind his back and asked calmly, Is it still strange? This second slap was much heavier than the first. The princess of Zhongyuan felt her head buzzing, but she immediately replied in a low voice, No, it's not strange anymore. The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, When I'm willing, you can put on an act for fun. But when I'm not willing, you're courting death by putting on an act in front of me. Your brother must be handed over alive and in good condition. Otherwise, I'll hand you over. Yes, but that afternoon, at 4:30 p.m., Qiu Shaoqian was escorted back to the mansion, covered in blood. At 5:00, Qiu Shaoqian's wounds had completely healed. He looked clean and spotless as he waited in the courtyard. 5:59 p.m. Jiang Wenzhou led the shield experts through the gate of the prince of Zhongyuan's residence. The Zhongyuan king's eyes flickered as he left with his hands behind his back. He didn't show his face at all, and allowed the people from the Star Shield General Bureau to take Qiu Shaoqian away. The timing was very strange. Minister Nan said that before 6:00 in the evening, Star Shield would come to pick him up. Therefore, Jiang Wenzhou visited at 5:59 p.m. to pick him up. If he were to do so earlier, the king of Zhongyuan might have a hold on him and offend him completely. You said before 6:00, but it's only 5:58 now. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't even wait for 2 minutes. This was a taboo in the officialdom, especially when they were trying to capture a person with a very sensitive identity. Of course, Jiang Wenzhou was a smart person. 30 seconds after 5:59, Mr. Nanfang can't blame me. You said before 6, and I didn't disobey. On the other hand, the king of Zhongyuan can't blame me either. You're only 30 seconds away from 6. I've already given you as much time as I can. No matter what, you can't blame me. You immortals can fight all you want. It has nothing to do with me. I've given enough face to both sides. If one wasn't a wily old fox in the officialdom, not only would they not be able to use this method, they wouldn't even think of it. Therefore, many young people who entered the officialdom for the first time didn't even know how they fell. Cough, I've gone off topic. But as the freshman competition came to an end, Zhou Xiaoduo gradually realized that he seemed to be making a name for himself in the Hidden Dragon High School. The main reason wasn't because he could fight and was the best in the first grade. Instead, it was because he had once claimed that he was the best in the aspect of appearance. Previously, when the freshman competition was ongoing, not only were the freshmen watching the student arena matches, there were also many older students watching from the side. Although all the students in Class 1 scolded Zhou Xiaoduo as a bitch when they saw him, when they faced the students from other classes, they were full of admiration for him. Moreover, Li Chenglong's prestige in the class was getting higher and higher. He started to make arrangements. Everyone, go out and brag on behalf of Zhou. The more you brag, the better. The more awesome you brag, the better. You can even brag until you blow up.
What?
Lie? Which one of you didn't benefit from it? Let me tell you, this is a guide to the lost sheep. It can even save a life in the future. This is a good thing for the country and the people. You don't want to do it? Okay. This vice class monitor will compare notes with you. The students in Class 1 were all mentally exhausted. Damn, Zhou Xiaoduo brought a braggart to school, but we can't beat this braggart. Okay, braggart it is. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You have to brag step by step. You can't be too abrupt, Vice Class Monitor Li earnestly taught. The experience learned from Zhou Shuai's company came in handy. As a result, our class monitor Zhu's strength is definitely the best in the entire grade. He doesn't need to compete to be the de facto champion. Our class monitor Zhu's strength isn't just for show. In the past, I heard squad leaders would say that fortune-telling is the best, wealth is the second, and cultivation is the last. I thought he was just praising himself and tricking us into looking for him for fortune-telling. Now, I know that his fortune-telling is really accurate. What did he say? Do you remember the last trial? The class monitor gave me a slip of paper and told me to open it when I arrived at the trial field. Then I entered the trial field and opened the slip of paper. It said, follow the set direction, 30 degrees to the right, search in a straight line. In the end, I got 27th place and gained quite a lot. And I also noticed that the direction I originally planned to go was in the direction where a few people from Class 3 went. Those people were actually in the 600th or 700th place. Don't you think it's amazing?
No way, right?
So, amazing? You guys are bragging? Bragging? Bragging your grandma. Let me tell you, I also got a slip of paper from the class monitor at that time. He told me to give up on the set direction and go 45 degrees diagonally. In the end, I got 9th place. As for the direction I originally went, do you know who went there? Shimandaching? That guy's not weak, right? This time, he's in last place. He didn't even earn enough credits to eat. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. These guys don't believe it. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were ambushed in the trial field. How did they come out unscathed? It was class monitor Zhua who saw it in advance. This isn't a secret now. If you don't believe me, ask your teacher. Idiot, I'm too lazy to explain. I'm lying to you guys. I'm so bored that I'm lying to you guys. Right, I'll tell you one more thing. Do you guys know Meng Zhongjun who got 3rd place in the previous trial? I know, but he's not in the top few in your class. Is there something fishy about his results? There is something fishy about it. He also got a slip of paper from class monitor Zhua. Otherwise, how could his trial results be so much better than the others? He almost caught up to Li Chenglong. He really got lucky. You guys don't know, but at that time, he directly threw away class monitor Zhua's slip of paper. Later, he picked it up. If it wasn't for that, how could he get into the top 3? This is fate. Damn. It's that mysterious? It's that mysterious. If you don't believe me, just wait for the next trial. You'll find out that it had to be said that although the students in Class 1 were all forced when they started bragging, everyone realized that this was really the case. Thus, as they bragged, they started to believe it. Class monitor Zhua was that awesome. Since Class 1 was already like this, the students from other classes were even more stunned. Many of them went to Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Meng Zhongjun to verify it. Is that really the case? It's true. Xiang Chong's temper flared up. I already told you that it's true. Can you stop asking about the details? It's quite embarrassing. Xiang Bing, yes, it was class monitor Zhua who saw through it and saved us. However, this doesn't mean that class monitor Zhua is a complete bitch. Meng Zhongjun, speaking of this, I really have to thank Vice Class Monitor Li Chenglong. If he didn't emphasize it again and again, I would have really taken it as a joke. I wouldn't have gone back to look for the slip of paper. Previously, everyone was busy with their own cultivation and rarely had the chance to chat when they met. They really didn't have the time. They could be overtaken by others in the time it took to eat a meal. Who dared to relax? However, the freshman competition gave everyone a chance to chat, and the conversation was in full swing. As a result, Zhua Xiaoduo's manifestation technique began to spread like wildfire. After half a day, everyone in the entire Hidden Dragon High School knew about it. Understanding the mysteries of heaven, determining life and death, determining fortune and misfortune, seeing marriage, resolving misfortune, investigating the 3 lives, knowing yin and yang, controlling the universe. Omnipotent, omniscient, omniscient, omniscient. On that day, Zhua Xiaoduo's poem was also dug out and was enthusiastically discussed by all the students in the school. They shook their heads and recited it. I was originally an immortal banished from the 9 heavens, dancing in the clouds. Today, I set foot in the mortal world and stirred up the mortal world with my hands. With one glance, I saw through the 3 lives of people. With one word, I solved all the people in the world. If you want to know where the mysteries of heaven are, you must ask Teacher Zhua. Many people began to understand this poem and analyzed it word by word. He really has the demeanor of an immortal, a person among immortals. Look at this, dancing in the clouds. The word dance is used so well. And the word stirred up the mortal world is simply indescribably wonderful. The last word is to inquire. But it can also be to seek, to search. But no matter what you do, with Teacher Zhua here, you will be able to find a solution. Wonderful, wonderful. Just the concept of this poem is enough to make me drunk. When I see Class Monitor Zhua, I must ask him to help me see my future and my marriage. Me too. Me too. Li Chenglong walked out from the crowd and waved his hand. Frowning, he said, "Disperse, disperse. You all wish. Help you all? Don't you know that revealing the mysteries of heaven will incur the wrath of the heavens? I begged Zwa for a long time to read the fortune of my classmates. Furthermore, they were all my classmates, and he only casually gave them a few pointers. In the end, it was just a reward from the trial. There was nothing more. Do you all think that Zwa will casually read people's fortune? What a joke. If there isn't anything important, don't come here to cause trouble. This is revealing the mysteries of heaven and exhausting one's lifespan. Zwa doesn't have it easy, and yet he is being harassed by you all?
Besides,
Think about it yourselves. What is the price of hiring an aura watcher? How much information can an aura watcher give you? Our Zwa can see your life and death. He can save your life and give you a bright future. Seriously, all of you want to see his fortune the moment you open your mouth. Do you all have any shame? Li Chenglong's saliva flew everywhere. I'll say the ugly words first. If you are unwilling to fork out money and resources, just give up. If you're sincere, register with me first. Make an appointment. Zwa is exhausted from cultivating every day. Why are you all causing trouble? Those who don't register with me are invalid. Li Chenglong shouted and gave Xiang Chong a look. Then he walked away with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Xiang Chong's expression was conflicted. Suddenly, he chased after him. Vice Class Monitor Li, what's the matter? Xiang Chong's face was drooling. I'll register first. Let Class Monitors take a look at my fortune. Last time, it was all thanks to Class Monitor Zwa. But these few days, aren't I going out for trials again? So, hee. Li Chenglong snorted and glanced sideways. I'll offer 50 high grade. Xiang Chong stretched out a hand. How about it? How about it? This matter depends on Zwa's mood. It's not like you don't know that Zwa's fortune comes first. Next is wealth. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes.
Aya.
Vice Class Monitor Li, please put in some good words. Who doesn't know that the two of you live in a villa and are inseparable? In the entire Hidden Dragon High School, your words have the most weight. Xiang Chong sneakily stuffed a handful into Li Chenglong's hand. It was shining brightly. Everyone saw it clearly and understood what was going on. Xiang Chong actually stuffed 2 pieces of high grade into Li Chenglong's hand. Many people were suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. This was also possible. Update complete. Looking for recommendation votes. Chapter 508. Li Chenglong said sanctimoniously, actually, there's no need for that. Brother Xiang is the first one to make an appointment, so you'll definitely be at the front of the line. Those who don't know might think that yours was accomplice.
Haha.
Don't worry, leave it to me. As he said that, he quietly put the 2 pieces of top-grade soul into his ring and left. Behind him, Xiang Chong looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, a relaxed smile blossomed on his face. The next moment, the 2 students of Class 2 looked at each other and suddenly sped up, chasing after Li Chenglong on the way home. Xiang Bing blushed and beat up her twin brother. Shameless. You're an accomplice. Do you think I didn't see the 52 pieces of top-grade soul stones Li Chenglong gave you? Xiang Chong also looked helpless. Ice Egg, there's no other way.
Don't call me Ice Egg.
Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Chong also felt tired. I can't call you that? Li Chenglong calls you that every day, and so does Zwa Xiaoduo. I'm your biological brother. Why can't I call you that? What kind of logic is this? All right, Xiao Bing. I'm really helpless. Don't you know how much the price of the top-grade Astral Souls Jade has increased? We've already reached Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, so it's not good to always use the resources at home. Isn't that just relying on your parents? But if we use credits to exchange, how many pieces can we exchange for with those credits? Moreover, the facilities and resources for training in seclusion all require academic credits. After that incident, we really don't have enough. Now, I really understand the saying, conscience is lost in seclusion. In this way, we can still have another source of resources. Xiang Chong tried his best to explain the situation to him. Xiang Bing finally forgave her brother. I know you're in a difficult position. Then you can share half of it with me. Just take it that I'm in the same boat. Only those who go to see more than 50 pieces can have a piece of mine. Just tell me if you'll give it or not. Yes, yes. Humph. Xiang Bing raised her head proudly and left. Xiang Chong only felt that it was too difficult for him. His younger sister had found the wrong person. Why don't you ask Li Chenglong for it? He'll definitely get more than me, right? Zhou Xiaoduo still had to give Li Chenglong a commission. My commission is just a small cut from Li Chenglong's hands. This was far from enough. You've been disfigured by Li Chenglong 8 times a day. What's wrong with asking him for some top-grade astral souls? However, Xiang Bing refused to go. Xiang Chong was so anxious that there was nothing he could do. Why do I have such a silly sister? Getting beaten up for nothing every day? From the looks of it, not only will I be beaten up for nothing now, I might even be beaten up for nothing in the future. Cough, cough, cough. I can't think like that. How can I think like that? I shouldn't. With the current situation, how much can I earn in a day? Now, I should think about this. This is the key. That night, as soon as Zhou Xiaoduo came out of the gravity room, he saw Li Chenglong's mischievous smile. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said weakly, Did you eat a god's fart? Why are you so happy? Li Chenglong said sneakily, Let's talk about it when we get back. There's good news, very good news. Zhou Xiaoduo was shirtless. He casually put his clothes on his shoulders and walked out with Li Chenglong. However, after taking 3 steps, a teacher's voice came from the school loudspeaker. That freshman on the field. Put on your clothes, shirtless. Are you taking a walk in the bathhouse? I'll go. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly put on his clothes. He complained, I can't live like this. The school even cares about whether I wear clothes or not. What a busybody. Li Chenglong squinted. Then why don't you just wear your butt? I'm not as shameless as you. Zhou Xiaoduo escorted Li Chenglong out of the school quickly. Hurry up and tell me what the good news is. Let's make it clear first. I've brought a bunch of clients to you for fortune-telling and geomancy. How are you going to give me a commission? Wealth comes second. Li Chenglong rubbed his fingers. Commission? At the mention of this topic, Zhou Xiaoduo's heart ached. He raised his eyebrows, swollen. Do you still have a conscience? You borrowed my money, my jade of astral souls, my space ring. Don't give me that. Li Chenglong snorted. Let me tell you, this is a long-term business deal. Cash transactions, one at a time. I still have to find other people to flatter you. Those people who help you have to give benefits. Otherwise, why would they help you? Bullshit. With my strength, I don't need you. I'm the real deal, a shining gold. You have to advertise it yourself. Now that I've done it, just tell me if you're going to give it or not. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while, rolled his eyes, and said, 1%. That's it. 1/10. That's it. How dare you ask for such a high price?
2% at most.
9% at least. 3%. The two of them fiercely bargained and finally settled on 5%. Li Chenglong's face was filled with dissatisfaction while Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. However, the proportion of the shares was also decided. I'll leave the rest to you. How can I do that? You'll be responsible for their share. How about you give me 10%? Forget it if you don't want it. 8%. You can't expect me to lose monies. Forget it if you don't want it. 6%. Forget it if you don't want it. Zhou Xiaoduo had already taken out 5%, and his entire body was trembling from the heartache.
How could he take out more?
This ratio was already his bottom line. He was like a man who plucked the feathers of a swallow. Giving out 5% was already the biggest concession and compromise. All right, I owe you. Li Chenglong sighed. From Zhou, it was indeed 5% that he expected. It was not much at all. He really didn't take out a single cent. He was so fucking stingy. Sure enough, accumulating wealth was the second most important thing. First the villain, then the gentleman. We'll settle accounts clearly. Let's sign an agreement. We'll settle it once and for all. Li Chenglong took out the agreement that had already been printed. He first filled in the ratio reserved for both parties and signed the name of Party B, Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo studied the agreement seriously 3 times. After confirming that there were no traps in the agreement, he signed his name hesitantly. Looking at Li Chenglong, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had been cheated by the person in front of him. This bastard. Is he using me to accumulate wealth? Actually, it's like this. Li Chenglong put away the agreement. He was in a good mood and said, "Today I've already blah 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 da." Zhou Xiaoduo's heart ached so much that his intestines were about to break. He truly felt how heart-wrenching the damage caused by the information asymmetry was. It turned out that this kid had already spread the word. In other words, even if he didn't take out a single cent today, he could still take it all. In the end, Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo bared his teeth and his eyes flashed fiercely. "You'd better remember this. I'll remember this debt for the rest of my life. You just wait for me." Li Chenglong didn't care at all. "If you want to remember, then so be it. I already owe so much. Why would I be afraid of owing a little more?" In any case, this time, he had gotten the real gold and silver. "I'm your manager now. If you dare to violate the agreement, I'll sue you in court." "Zhou, I know you must have your own use for fortune-telling." Li Chenglong's expression turned serious in the blink of an eye. "Perhaps fortune-telling is also a kind of cultivation, but I'm not good at it." "What are you trying to say?" Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Swollen Thought's divergence is awesome. "What I want to say is, I know that you can look at short-term gains and losses. Maybe a few days, maybe a month. But when the day comes for the seniors to go to the battlefield, I hope that you can look at their fates seriously and protect them so that they can return safely," Li Chenglong said seriously. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, "How can I read it? There are too many people." "See as much as you can. Everything depends on effort. You don't know where your limit is. What if you can see through it?" Li Chenglong insisted. The ratio of casualties on the 3 major battlefields had always been Hidden Dragon High School. It wasn't that the students of Hidden Dragon High School were stupid or inexperienced, but Hidden Dragon High School was the eastern battlefield. It was located at the front line of the Sun Moon Pass. Naturally, it was the place where the battle was the most intense. The ancestral dragon produced commanders, the clouds produced military strategists, and the hidden dragon produced generals. As the continent's #1 ancestral dragon high school, 2 of the commanders at the front line were from the ancestral dragon high school. As for the 4 grand marshals, 6 of the 8 grand marshals were military strategists from High Cloud's martial arts academy. The most direct reason was that one of the vice principals of high school was a top-notch military strategist. As the newest school to be established, Hidden Dragon High School had countless talents in these years. They fought fiercely on the battlefield and had many outstanding military achievements. It was the head of the 3 major martial schools.
But
when generals came out of the battlefield, heroes came out with sacrifices. The more generals came out, the more sacrifices there would be. Since entering Hidden Dragon High School, the achievements of these seniors had been recorded in the school's history library. Everyone, from the moment they entered the school, who their teachers were, where their families were, what they were good at, what they did in school, were recorded clearly. There was always a sentence at the end of each one. After going through hundreds of battles on the battlefield, I finally achieved a certain meritorious service and was promoted to a certain position. On a certain day, on a certain year, the Wizard Alliance launched a large-scale invasion. I fought hard to kill the enemy and died in battle in front of the Sun Moon Pass. My body was wrapped in leather, and I became a martyr of the Yenwu Empire. My body was buried in the cemetery behind the pass. Every student who came out of Hidden Dragon High School had such a record. The records of the living were not in the school's history library, but in the archives room. Every day, many teachers would go to the school's archives to look at their deceased students. She looked at the picture of the young boy when he first entered the school. He seemed to be looking at her with a smug look on his face. She could not help but feel sad, and tears fell like rain. Chapter 509. The teachers knew that they would feel bad if they looked at it, but they could not help but look at it and reminisce about the past. These are the children of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Yi Chongqing's words were hung high above the school's history museum. Brave souls are immortal. Noble spirits are everlasting. I just visited the school's history museum today. Li Chenglong's attitude turned unusually low as he said, Zhua, you don't know what it's like to see those endless black files. Many of the people in the files are the same age as us. They're not much older than us. And now, they're all quietly resting in the school's history museum. We don't have the ability to look at the previous ones, but the ones after that. Even if we can't look at them all, Zhua, you have the ability. If you can see anything, it's always good to remind us. Perhaps at that time, it'll be a protective talisman that can help us avoid death once. It'll also preserve some vitality for the border, a little spark. Li Chenglong sighed softly. He also felt that what he said was a little too emotional. It might cause a lot of work for Zhua Xiaoduo. But he still said it, and he said it resolutely. Zhua Xiaoduo took a deep breath and stared at Li Chenglong. His expression became unprecedentedly serious. Swollen, do you know what you're talking about? I know. I understand what you mean, but using my advice as a protective talisman, it's not very useful. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed and said, because you don't understand what physiognomy, fate, and fate are in the bones. Li Chenglong was confused. What do you mean by what's in the bones? Do you know that there's an old saying that goes like this? Zhua Xiaoduo said lightly but seriously, that people's lives are predestined? I know. Li Chenglong's expression was sorrowful. The true meaning of this sentence is not that a person's life is predestined, Zhua Xiaoduo said calmly, but everyone has a certain stage, a certain period of time, when their luck reaches its lowest point. We often see people constantly encounter bad things in their lives. That is the most direct manifestation of a person's weak luck. And this is just the behavior of ordinary people. We call it bad luck. So what is luck? Zhua Xiaoduo said faintly, luck is luck. However, the vast majority of things at the level of ordinary people could not be said to involve luck. It could only be said to be luck. This was because the weight of an ordinary person's life was limited. With his own ability, he could only influence the smoothness of his life. When you reach the martial artist stage, it will affect your life and death. And what is the essence of physiognomy? Zhua Xiaoduo said faintly, physiognomy, from a certain perspective, can be used to detect an impending crisis based on the combination of one's physiognomy and weak luck, or detect signs of impending doom and then warn people to avoid it. This is the true face of physiognomy. What's more awesome is to remind people how to avoid it. This is the method given. Or, directly what you should do. This is another concept. For example, I remind you to avoid it in the West and directly tell you where you should go in the West. This is different. There is an essential difference. Telling you to burn incense and telling you to burn 3 sticks of incense are also very different. Can you understand? Li Chenglong's expression was solemn. I can understand. Let's make another example. If you are the heavenly axiom, and then someone's luck is lacking at a certain time, so it leads to a life and death crisis. But as long as there is someone to guide you, this life and death crisis will be safely passed. Then, how will you deal with this life and death crisis? Li Chenglong frowned. Can it be simply withdrawn? Maybe it can be withdrawn. But will the heavenly axiom withdraw for an insignificant person in its eyes? Probably not. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Li Chenglong's expression was calm. He had already vaguely guessed Zhua Xiaoduo's meaning. Don't be so emotional. I'm just giving an example. Let's go back to the question just now. Will the life and death crisis still be unresolved? It's like a knife that has been slashed out. The person under the knife is gone, but the knife has not been withdrawn. Then where's the knife? And where is the landing point? The knife is in the air, and the landing point is uncertain. Even if the knife is in the air, it will fall sooner or later. There will always be a landing point, and the people who will bear this knife will become 2 people. One is the person who should bear the knife, and the other is the person who guided him. Either he or the person who guided him will suffer. There is no need to be surprised. I always say that there is a cause and effect, and vice versa. The person who guided the target temporarily avoided the fate of the heavenly axiom, more or less accepted this karma. Of course, it can also be one of the established targets. Xiaoduo said faintly, "That's right." Therefore, many people, whether they are chi diviners or physiognomists, will definitely not be tired of telling the other person what to do and how to make up for it after they have guided him or her. Moreover, many times, they will say things that are ambiguous and specious. This is after using some methods to get rid of a knife. They also have to think of ways to minimize the backlash and the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, this saber might fall on my head. Many brilliant people, while understanding the secrets of the heavenly axiom, gave out too much information that should not have been said. They attracted the wrath of the heavenly axiom. They could not avoid it and fell. And this is the inevitable result. Do you understand? This is the truth of physiognomy, the truth of physiognomy. Xiaoduo said faintly, "I know, swollen, you have a compassionate heart. You don't want people with lofty ideals to die like this, so you want to help them. You want to use my intervention to preserve more of their fire and vitality. But the heavenly axiom has its own destiny. There are some people who can reverse the death calamity. Who knows how many people have to work together and how many people have to fight to achieve the goal of reversing the death calamity. The process is unimaginably difficult, and it can easily lead to death." When he said this, Xiaoduo could not help but think of Xiaonian. Wasn't reversing Xiaonian's death trial like this? How could a person's death trial be so easy to reverse? In addition, everyone's weight was different, so the difficulty of reversing the heavenly axiom was even greater. Let's not talk about other things, just take Lu Jiansheng and the others as an example. Xiaoduo pointed out the direction, and they avoided a disaster. However, was the death trial really gone? Definitely not. At most, it would not happen again for a short period of time. And in the time after that, Xiaoduo could no longer see it. I'm not saying that I don't want to show it to the seniors. They will definitely see it. It can be prudent to avoid a death trial. It can indeed prolong their lives, but it can't be eliminated in the long run. Xiaoduo said seriously, because the misfortune that belongs to them will always be there. Even if it is temporarily gone, it does not mean that it will never be gone. If there is a noble person to guide them, their luck will increase. When they are strong, the misfortune will be washed away. However, it will not really go away. It will be reflected on the people around them, or those close to them. It is also a way of showing. Why is it that most of the experts are all alone in the final stages of their cultivation? Why do people call such a person a jinx? Xiaoduo said lightly, that is because their luck is too strong. It hangs high and does not fall. However, the misfortune is never far away. It is always hovering around them. Therefore, it will easily fall on those close to them. Those people do not have the luck of this person to protect them. Naturally, they will be more vulnerable to misfortune. This is the origin of the eternal loners. It is nothing more than that. If it is an ordinary person who lives in a peaceful and stable atmosphere, the misfortune will be nothing more than illness, car accident, or unexpected disaster. However, if a martial artist encounters such misfortune, it will be a disaster of life and death. The reason why I say this is to remind you not to be too superstitious about my fortune-telling ability. I can see that Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing are in a life-or-death situation. Although I played a part in helping them avoid death, it was more because of martial hidden dragon's luck that helped them block the disaster. You should know that the real target of the misfortune is not the two of them, nor is it Vice Principal Xiang, but martial hidden dragon. Only by doing this from top to bottom can it be eliminated. This is a very different process. Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. Well, this means that the misfortune of the hidden dragon martial artists may not completely disappear. The next time it appears, it will have to be on someone in the hidden dragon martial artists. Only then will it be considered over. Li Chenglong sensitively caught the key point. Then, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and the others. And even the people who are hiding in the hidden dragon martial artists, are they counted as people in the hidden dragon martial artists?
Xiaoduo laughed.
People with such high status and power, of course, they are counted. This answer was resolute and decisive. Li Chenglong asked hopefully, "Can it be transferred?"
TSK?
Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Let's do our own thing first. Then I will point out a direction for those who want to." Vaguely, it is best to let them carry the luck themselves. As for the others, what does it have to do with you? Li Chenglong said disappointedly, "Wouldn't it be better if they all saw it? It works if you are sincere." Xiaoduo said, "This is not to say that I am awesome, but whether I am awesome or not, they need to believe in me first. Only if they take the initiative to find me, it will be meaningful. Only then will there be the possibility of doing what I say. Those who don't believe in me and scoff at me, do you think that they will believe me if I take the initiative? Swollen, your heart is good, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. I told you not to go east after you go out. Some people listen to me, but insist on going east to take a look. For these people, what is the use of seeing and reminding them? It will only contribute to their disaster. Why bother?" Li Chenglong sighed dejectedly. In Li Chenglong's understanding, he really believed that Xiaoduo could reverse the yin and yang of life and change fate. However, after Xiaoduo's explanation today, he was a little disappointed with the result. But he immediately cheered up. At least, Xiaoduo agreed. He would not stand by and do nothing. No matter what, he would remind some people. That was enough. As long as he did his best, he would have a clear conscience. Good words were hard to persuade a damned person. "Two little monkeys." Grandma Sher's voice called out impatiently from outside. "It's time to eat." "Coming, coming." The two of them didn't say a word and rushed out of the room. That night, after Xiaoduo fell asleep, Xiaolong came with a great sense of accomplishment.
"Boss."
As soon as Xiaolong saw him, he called out flatteringly with an unprecedentedly humble attitude. Xiaoduo frowned. Why did Xiaolong change the way he addressed him? "Calling me boss? Do you think that I have to give you face just because you call me boss? Give you benefits? Are you going to ask me for a change of address later? I don't. I won't give it to you. Update complete. Please recommend me." Chapter 510. Boss, you're my boss from now on. Greetings. Xiaolong was very attentive, flying around Xiaoduo. His face was full of flattery. "Oh, I won't give you the deity for free. You can give up on that idea." Xiaoduo still felt an inexplicable heartache for giving a drop to this guy. If he had known that he could give it out in his dream, would he have given it to him? "I don't want it for free." Xiaolong grabbed a wisp of green gas from his paw, as if he was presenting a treasure. "Boss, I saw that nothing can grow in your tower until now. 99% of the reason is that there's not enough earth vein qi, so I got you another half." Xiaolong's face was, "I'm sensible, right? Come and praise me. Half." Xiaoduo looked at the green gas and sensitively grasped the keyword. "This is half. I think it's very complete. It's actually half." Xiaoduo felt very strange. It seems that I really have a lot to learn. "It's over. Boss knows that it's not half." Xiaolong suddenly felt that he had been exposed. He said with an embarrassed face, "Boss, please forgive me. It's just that it's very difficult to extract a complete earth vein. I also spent a lot of effort. Last time I already gave you a third of it. This time it's still a third of it. Cough cough. These are indeed less than half of it. Boss, your eyes are very sharp."
"Oh?"
Xiaoduo snorted with his nose up and rolled his eyes. "Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? I knew it last time." Zwen knew in his heart that he had the upper hand again. "You actually fooled me. I've been so cold to you all this time. Don't you know it in your heart?" Xiaoduo's face was cold and arrogant. "Boss, I was wrong." Xiaolong lowered his head. wagged his tail, and sincerely admitted his mistake. His expression was very sad. Since you've brought it here, just put it in. Xiaoduo said faintly, I'll give you credit this time. However, the earth vein chi you got is not complete, so its use is limited. Simply put, it's still useless. Xiao Long prostrated himself in admiration. Boss is indeed knowledgeable. However, if I want to peel off a third of it, I will need at least 6 to 7 days. It's still quite troublesome. Moreover, I can't let the stripped area suddenly become a chi meridian vacuum, because something will happen. So if I want to complete it, I might need a few more days. Alright, I got it. Xiaoduo said generously. You've worked hard too. How about this? When you gather enough earth veins, I'll give you one of my deity.
Huh?
Xiao Long's eyes were full of happiness. This earth vein chi, at least in Xiao Long's eyes, was not something valuable. At least, it was not at the same level as the trade goods that Xiaoduo had proposed before. He had brought it over again, and the main purpose was just to build a relationship with him. It was still a long way from actually doing something. He did not expect to get a drop of it. It was really a pleasant surprise. Thank you, boss. Boss is mighty and generous. Xiao Long flattered him endlessly. In order to make friends with Xiaoduo, Xiao Long had secretly read a lot of books these days, especially about flattery. He had specially practiced for a long time. It seemed that it was indeed useful. He had to work harder in the future to innovate. Well, as long as you are loyal to me, I will not treat you badly. In the future, don't do such unrealistic things. You said it was useful? Who can you fool? With your IQ? Xiaoduo thought that his fortune-telling career in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was about to begin, and that his luck points would be endless again. He suddenly became generous and dared to make empty promises. Xiaolong's face was full of shame. I will go back now and get the other 1/3 of the earth vein chi. Xiaolong was very smart. He said, Boss, don't worry. I will be loyal and never change my mind. He immediately realized that Zuo's empty promises were based on the premise that he was loyal and obedient. Xiaolong's EQ had obviously improved by a lot. Well, don't be so stupid to empty a earth vein. Xiaoduo advised earnestly. There are so many earth veins in Fenghai. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dragon vein, right? We can take 1/3 or 1/4 of any earth vein. If we take all of them, won't we have more here? Right? If we take 1/3 of each of the 3 earth veins, won't we have a complete earth vein? In this way, the other 2 earth veins won't have much of an impact. Don't you think so? What if we take 1/3 of each of the 18 earth veins? 2/3 of each? You are too young. Xiaoduo advised earnestly. Your thinking is still not thorough. The most taboo thing to do is to take advantage of others. You have to take it slowly. For example, when you go to work, steal tea leaves from the manager's drawer. Only a small handful at a time, only once a day. Fuck. Why am I telling you this? Xiao Long's eyes lit up as if he had been enlightened. Right? Why didn't I think of this? If that's the case, it will be much easier for me, just as was said. There were so many earth veins here. It shouldn't be a problem to take a little from each earth vein. I understand, boss. Then I will go to work now. Xiao Long was very happy. Boss's deity was about to be in his hands.
Go.
Xiaoduo was also in a good mood. The earth vein that belongs to me, my own earth vein, is about to be complete. This time, Xiao Long left happily. I have improved a lot today. After dating for so long, today was the first time that I wasn't forced to leave. I was the one who asked to leave. This was definitely a good start. I must keep it up. I must keep it up. And boss also taught me a lot of valuable experience. But here's the problem. Why is boss so experienced? It's scary when I think about it. I can't play tricks with boss in the future. Xiao Long immediately made up his mind. According to human habits, the closer the relationship, the easier it is to talk. When I am familiar with Zuo, I can take as much deity as I want. I can have as much as I want. So cool. So cool. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. Xiao Long flew away energetically. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also immersed in the dreamland, his face filled with reverie. One earth vein. Is it too little? I have to try to get many earth veins. It's best to put them all in. With so many earth veins gathered together, won't it be able to freely grow heavenly treasures? Can the real combination of time and space of the Tower of Annihilation be completed? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was highly possible. Grow a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb in a day. Plan all of them. What the fuck, computers nowadays. Can this number be calculated? In the end, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who woke himself up with excitement. When he woke up, he couldn't sleep anymore because of his excitement. He began to search for books on qi in his mind to see if there were any books on merging earth veins into super spirit veins. Slowly, he realized that there were many things that he didn't know about. It seems that I have to read more books in this area in the future. It's good to have more skills. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought of the huge library of Hidden Dragon High School and couldn't help but feel a headache. It would be best to compress all of this into a jade slip and then find Wen Xingtian and directly impart it to him. I'm not afraid of too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo planned to spend 10 credits to go to the library tomorrow to see what was going on. Early the next morning, when Zhuo Xiaoduo had just arrived at the school, Xiang Chong had already rushed up and directly blocked Zhuo Xiaoduo at the crowded door. Class monitor Zhuo, help me take a look. As he spoke, he directly took out 50 pieces of glittering, top-grade jade of astral souls, which exuded rich spiritual qi, and stuffed them into Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands. Class monitor Zhuo, I've been embarrassed recently.
Please don't mind it.
Don't think it's too little. Zhao's kindness is my respect. Zhuo Xiaoduo declined. We're classmates. How can I accept this? Hey, you've also exhausted yourself. Zhuo, take it to nourish your body. This is your good fortune, unlike other things. Xiang Chong said. One insisted on giving, the other insisted on pushing. Pushing back and forth. Xiang Chong was dumbfounded.
The
27-meter-tall man stood there in a daze. Class monitor Zhuo, you've already put them into your space ring. What's the meaning of this? Early in the morning, 50 pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls entered his account. This reality made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel very refreshed. He quickly put away the jade of astral souls and said leisurely, "Write a word for me to see." Xiang Chong scratched his ears and cheeks. Write a word? What word? I've never heard of writing a word. I'm just here to act as a prop. Why do I have to write a word? This is an extra service. I'm selling my body, not my skills. Okay. At this time, more and more students came to watch. Every one of them was looking at them seriously. Of course, there were also a few who were smiling mischievously, obviously intending to watch a show. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Chong picked up a branch and wrote the word love on the ground. He asked somewhat uneasily, Class monitor Zhuo, is this word okay?
Yes.
As long as it's a word, it's fine. Follow your heart. The will of the heavens is unpredictable. Zhuo Xiaoduo said affirmatively. Then I'll write this. Xiang Chong was very relaxed. He felt that he was fine. I'm just here to act as a prop. I'm an honest person. I'll do more. It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what you say later, I'll say, wow, that's so accurate. Boss, you're awesome. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the word love and fell into deep thought. If Xiang Chong didn't write this word, Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't have paid much attention to his facial features. After all, he didn't have any calamities, so he could tell by looking at his aura. However, when he wrote this word and looked at Xiang Chong's facial features, Zhuo Xiaoduo sharply noticed that something was wrong.
Love
is done with the heart, 12 months in the heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly. Rouge Sha, this life is bitter. Xiang Chong was confused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's extraordinary prophecy. He said subconsciously, Zhuo, what do you mean? What Sha, it's not a good thing, is it? Let me give you a few words of advice. As long as you follow them and do enough, maybe there will be a turn for the better. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the word love on the ground with a serious expression. He said lightly, when this heart is moved, Heaven and earth are empty. All 4 seasons are bitter. In 12 months, I hate the heavens. Why didn't I be heartless in the beginning? Xiang Chong, Peach Blossom Calamity, Rouge Sha.
If you want to avoid it, then
Don't fall in love before you become one. Xiang Chong was even more confused, but he didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, Class monitor Zhua, what you said is confusing. Can you explain it more clearly? Zhua Xiaoduo sighed and said, You just need to remember not to fall in love before you become one. Yes, before you become one. With your cultivation. I believe it won't take long.
sigh.
But with your personality. Chapter 511. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. He knew that in this world, this was probably the most difficult thing to control. The love between a man and a woman came from the heart. Who knew when the heart would be moved, and it would be like a wildfire that could not be stopped. Even if he had warned him when it came down to it. Zhua Xiaoduo was not sure if Xiang Chong could do it. At the side, Xiang Bing, who was dressed in white, frowned and silently recited what Zhua Xiaoduo said. She was different from Xiang Chong. Xiang Bing believed in Zhua Xiaoduo's judgment wholeheartedly. She firmly believed that Zhua Xiaoduo must have seen something, so she memorized everything he said about her brother, without missing a single word. When she went back, she would ask her father to find someone to analyze it word by word. She felt that it was not a good thing. Could he not find a wife? Or would there be problems in his relationship? Xiang Bing was a little worried. Zhua Xiaoduo waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. It's time for class. There are still 20 minutes left. At this time, the class monitor of class 2 walked over. Class monitor Zhua, help me take a look. Zhua Xiaoduo frowned. Ahem. The class monitor, Gue Xiaocheng, hesitated for a moment and handed over 50 pieces of high-quality jade of astral souls. Class monitor Zhua, thank you. What do you want to seize? Zhua Xiaoduo did not even decline this time and took it directly. He could see that this guy was distressed. If he really declined, this guy would definitely take it back. He was the real deal. He had already pretended to be pretentious once. If he did it again, it would be worthless. Besides, if he took it back, wouldn't it be too embarrassing if he snatched it back on the spot? I've been having nightmares recently. I dreamed that the wall in my house fell down. I've already dreamed about it 3 times. Usually, I would dream about it, but I would forget about it after waking up, so I rarely remember it. But these 3 times, I remember it deeply. I feel that it's even more bizarre. I'm panicking and want to ask class monitor Zhua to give me some pointers. Gue Xiaocheng frowned. So it's like this. Zhua Xiaoduo could tell by looking at his face that his family was facing an impending disaster. However, he did not reveal it. The warning in his dream was not without reason. Zhua Xiaoduo pondered for a while and frowned. I'll leave you with a few words. You can pass it on to the people in charge of the family. If the crisis is resolved, your jade of astral souls won't be enough. Gue Xiaocheng said straightforwardly, no problem. I don't have much on me right now. If the problem is solved, I'll naturally have to thank class monitor Zhua. This was not a sky-high price. The problem with Gue Xiaocheng and his family was no small matter. If the problem could be solved, 50 pieces of high-grade jades of astral souls would be nothing. Zhua Xiaoduo would vomit to death if this amount became the norm, and no matter who came to ask about it in the future, it would be better to be a gentleman first. After listening to Gue Xiaocheng's reply, Zhua Xiaoduo pondered again. Then, he said lightly, your family has already discovered the problem, right? The so-called nightmare has already enveloped your entire family, right? Zhua Xiaoduo instantly understood what Gue Xiaocheng said just now. He might as well point it out. Don't think that I'm easy to talk to. If the problem is solved. That meant that Gue Xiaocheng already knew what the problem was. Gue Xiaocheng smiled embarrassedly. Zhua Xiaoduo looked at him and said, when the wall falls, it means that your backer is about to fall, right? Your family has attached itself to another family. And then your family's higher-ups have started to act, right? Gue Xiaocheng was shocked. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and wanted to say something. Zhou Xiaoduo was right. It was precisely because of this situation that the important people that the family had attached themselves to had their positions changed. They had to be transferred away, and they didn't know where they would go. All their efforts over the years were about to go down the drain. It was hard to say if they would be able to contact them in the future. It was even harder to say what kind of local officials would come in the future. Therefore, the family was in a mess now, and there were all kinds of rumors. At this critical moment, the choice was very important. If the wrong choice was made, the family would be doomed eternally. Zhou Xiaoduo had already seen through it. He raised his head and thought for a while. Then he said in a low voice, "Don't let your guard down. If you go east, I'll go east. Sincerity can only be exchanged for sincerity." Do you remember? Gui Xiaocheng's expression changed. He said, "Thank you, class monitor Zhou, for your words of wisdom." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "If you don't listen to me, then forget it. But if you do as I said and get benefits, remember to block the front stone of the sun and moon in the southwest part of the courtyard. Remember, it's the front stone. Don't close it and don't close it behind. Understand?" Understood. Gui Xiaocheng repeated it a few times to make sure he remembered it. He was still worried, so he took out a pen and wrote a few words on his palm. Then, he left as if he had found a treasure. He ran to one side to make a call. Li Chenglong was puzzled. "Zhou, why the southwest?" "Because the southwest is the Ghost Gate. Since ancient times, the southwest part of the Ghost Gate dynasty was bound to have a disaster. In the entire continent, the gate has never faced the southwest. It's because of the Fengdu Gate. Because the legendary ghost town of Fengdu is in the southwest. Gui Xiaocheng's family has been shaken this time. In fact, they have already taken half a step into the Ghost Gate. Although I've given them directions, one of their feet is already in the Ghost Gate. You need to use the Bloodstone to kill the enemy at the Sun-Moon Pass and directly suppress the Ghost Gate." Li Chenglong seemed to understand. However, after this time, Gui Xiaocheng's family can't be shaken anymore. Once they are shaken, the family will be exterminated, because the front stone of the Sun and Moon Pass is the soul of a hero. The soul of a hero doesn't protect disloyal and unjust people. Once they are shaken again, the soul of a hero will immediately withdraw, and the Ghost Gate will be completely opened. Even the gods won't be able to save them. Zhou Xiaoduo said softly. As soon as this started, a few more people gathered around. "Class Monitor Zhou, Class Monitor Zhou," Li Chenglong shouted from the side. Pay up here." When class finally started, Zhou Xiaoduo had already earned 250 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. It was a small profit. Other than this number, which made him a little unhappy, everything else was fine. At this time, there were still many people queuing behind. Manager Li Chenglong immediately jumped out to maintain order. "Everyone, don't be anxious. It's already class time. You should prioritize your studies. Please wait for a while. Zhou has more than enough free time after class. Those who haven't queued up, come and find me. I'll help you register and queue up."
Let me tell you.
When everything comes true, you'll know how magical Zhu's divination is. How reliable. It's definitely true that he's #1 in divination. Actually, there's really no need to be so anxious. It's not too late to wait for the follow-up results of the students who have already had their turn to be read today. After all, it's just empty talk now. There's no evidence or anything. Everyone snorted at Assistant Class Monitor Li's words. Did he think they were stupid? Who didn't know that others would be confident after their divination was confirmed? But when that time came, it would no longer be the 50 pieces of high-grade fortune. When that time came, they wouldn't be able to queue up even if they had multiplied by several times. Everyone was clear about this. After all, they were all once known as geniuses.
Who would be more stupid than who?
How could they not see this? This Li Chenglong has a bad conscience. He actually wants to raise the prices so that we can enter. Smash him with money. Thus, they swarmed to Li Chenglong to sign up. Everyone directly gave him their fortune. Li Chenglong frowned as he received the money. He was yelling that he had lost so much money, but in his heart, he was counting his commission and was overjoyed. I'm rich. With the resumption of fortune reading, Zhuoxiaoduo's time in the gravity room to practice was reduced from 4 hours in the morning to 3.5 hours. The fixed time in the afternoon was also reduced. Including the time after school, he could see 20 people in a day. To Zhuoxiaoduo, this wasn't difficult at all. He could basically understand everything with a single glance. After all, at this stage, those who came to Zhuoxiaoduo for fortune reading were all weaker than Zhuoxiaoduo. He could really see everything clearly. However, what made Zhuoxiaoduo puzzled was that no one came to snatch his table these few days. Wasn't it already Class 3's turn? Why was there no movement? This didn't make sense. It shouldn't be. What he didn't know was that in the classroom of Class 3, Grade 2, the homeroom teacher was leading the class to study Zhuoxiaoduo's combat videos. Including the strength of each attack, almost all of them were labeled. His various moves, various methods, and various analysis of his combat power had been done for 3 days. From Zhuoxiaoduo's competition to the most recent battle to snatch a table. Did you see it? The homeroom teacher knocked on the table. After every battle, Zhuoxiaoduo's strength is increasing, and the increase is huge. Currently, he has been practicing in the 100-fold gravity room for many days. How many of you have entered the 100-fold gravity room before? The students who were ranked at the top of the class looked dignified. This kid's combat style is ever-changing and has few shortcomings. Moreover, all of his techniques have reached an extremely proficient level. Just this point alone is enough to make one gasp in amazement and find it hard to believe. The homeroom teacher said, "Look at the swordsmanship used in this battle. It's extremely light and graceful. Combined with the star steps, the footwork is combined with the swordsmanship. It's light and casual, but it's everywhere and everywhere." Then he changed the topic and said, "However, the attack of the sword in this battle is like a storm. It's completely different from the previous moves. Look at the hidden weapon technique in this battle. What do you see from the punches and kicks in this battle? Casual style? It can change according to the opponent, and it's very specific?" Yes, but this is only one of the characteristics. This Zhuoxiaoduo has a very obvious characteristic. He is never willing to use too much energy. He directly uses moves that can restrain the opponent and win. The homeroom teacher said, in addition, his fighting style includes the characteristic of having no scruples. When he feels that the distance is far and the hidden weapon is effective, he will use the hidden weapon. When he feels that crushing the opponent is the fastest way to defeat the opponent, he will use the most direct way to crush the opponent. This is a kind of almost perfect combat intuition. The most important thing is that in every battle so far, he hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't used all of his trump cards. The homeroom teacher sighed and said, "If you want to fight, it's fine. But I'm not optimistic about this battle. There's no chance of winning at all. He will definitely lose. We think so too." The class leader sighed, "But this battle must be fought. It must be fought." Well said. The homeroom teacher's eyes were full of praise. Not bad. It's better to be beaten to death than to be scared to death. Tomorrow, my saber will fight Zuoleng. The leader of the second year's Class 3, a thin youth in green, whispered. "Class leader, please reconsider." A girl said worriedly, "You've already broken through to the nascent soul transformation realm, but Zhuoxiaoduo has only broken through to the embryonic breathing realm for a few days. If you fight with him, it'll be an unfair victory. If you don't win, it'll be a joke. It'll be a matter of reputation." The youth in green smiled faintly. Being afraid to fight is even more of a joke. Most of us Hidden Dragon students will go to the battlefield in the future. Life and death are nothing, let alone reputation. He stood up and said, "Back then, I didn't get into Class 1 and I've been brooding about it. I've been challenging for more than a year, and I've been defeated repeatedly. But I've been defeated repeatedly. I Chu Xiang have been defeated 100 times. What reputation do I have left? Tomorrow at noon, I'll go alone. The students beside him all sucked in a deep breath. I'll go with you tomorrow. We drink together in victory and shame together in defeat. It's nothing more than that. Good. Then, let's go together. I'll do my best to win and drink with you. Chu Xiangren laughed loudly. For more than a year, the most gratifying thing is, if I'd been assigned to Class 1, I'm afraid I wouldn't have such a close relationship with all of you. That's the regret of my life. Let's go together tomorrow. Let's go together. Isn't it just standing and eating together? I've been sitting and eating so much that I'm getting indigestion. Chu Xiangren looked at his classmates, his eyes filled with warmth. On the second day, Class 3 was dumbfounded. After discussing for so long, the class leader went up to fight with Zhuo Xiaoduo. In the end, he was pushed back 30 meters by Zhuo Xiaoduo's sword. On the ground, a deep sword mark was left. Chu Xiangren admitted defeat without hesitation. Looking at the sword mark on the ground, Chu Xiangren felt a lingering fear. Zhuo Xiaoduo's sword was only a slender sword of 7 to 8 grams. However, Chu Xiangren could clearly feel that what was coming towards him was clearly a giant axe that could split the sky, or a huge hammer that could break the heavens and earth. The difference was too great. Zhuo Xiaoduo began the battle. With crab steps, he walked over without any regard for his family, and with a single strike, he secured victory. Crab steps instantly added a few points of chic and elegant augmentation. So cool. A few girls' faces turned red. This disregard for his family footwork is really cool. That's right. Class leaders would tilted his neck and swung his arms. When he walked with crab steps, I thought of 2 words. What 2 words? Invincible. I also thought of 2 words. What 2 words? Like. Someone glanced sideways. I also thought of 2 words. Holy shit. When I saw all of you, I thought of 2 words. Moral integrity. Everyone hurriedly asked out of curiosity. What's that? Update complete. Seeking recommendation votes. This chapter is worth 4,000. Chapter 5:12. I'm impressed. I'm sincerely convinced. Chu Xiangren said sincerely. Because he did not expect, or perhaps even the teacher did not expect, that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already reached the realm of lifting light as if it were heavy. Lifting heavy as if it were light was very difficult. But lifting light as if it were heavy was 10 times harder than lifting heavy as if it were light. If he had known that Zhuo Xiaoduo had such strength, Chu Xiangren would not have even thought of challenging him. There was no other way but to lose face. When Chu Xiangren was defeated and the entire 3rd class stood to eat, they realized that the 2nd class was also standing to eat. The 2nd grade's 2nd class directly chose to admit defeat. This was because Chu Xiangren had already defeated all of the members of Class 2. Now that Chu Xiangren had lost, even if they were unwilling to accept this and wanted to fight again, it was not a battle that they would definitely lose. Instead, they did not know their own limits. Now that the 2nd grade had lost to Zhuo Xiaoduo for a table, there was no longer any feeling of unwillingness to admit defeat. Instead, their expressions were as usual, as if they all felt that this was normal. It was normal for him to lose.
When?
They never thought about it. Face. He was just awesome. Why did you talk to me about Face? Then, they all looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. In this way, all the pressure was concentrated on the 2nd grade's 1st class. Whether or not they could stop Zhuo Xiaoduo's rapid improvement depended on the geniuses of the 1st class. From the 2nd grade's 2nd class to the last class of the 2nd grade, there were more than 1,000 people, and they were all full of anticipation. Some people even started to place bets. They bet that they would beat the 2nd grade. The 1st class would definitely not be able to stop them. But no one accepted the bet. They knew that they would lose, so what was the point of betting? We're all in the 2nd grade. This kind of anticipation, even a little bit of schadenfreude. That's not very good, right? TSK, what do you know? Those guys from the first class have been suppressing us for a year. Don't you want to see them get beaten like dogs?
Yes.
TSK, how honest.
Since you want to.
Then what do you mean by saying these words? I'm just saying. The second grade's geniuses expressed that the pressure was as great as a mountain. Facing this monster, no one dared to say that they would definitely win. Then I'll go first. Tang Qianshou was the first to stand up amidst the discussion of the students of Class 1. I'm also good at using hidden weapons. Zhou Xiaoduo often uses hidden weapons when facing enemies. Let me test the waters. I'll compete with him in hidden weapons. Let's see who can dominate in hidden weapons. Tang Qianshou's real name wasn't Tang Qianshou, but Tang Jinpeng. It was a very resounding name, and it had a very good meaning. However, he had changed his name to Tang Qianshou after he became famous in the Hidden Dragon High School due to his family's secret weapon technique. This was an extremely confident person.
All right.
Let me think of a countermeasure first. Give me a copy of his previous competition videos. I need to study them carefully. At this moment, Tang Qianshou's expression was very dignified. There was also a bit of reverence and fanaticism, as if he was about to go on a pilgrimage. Yes, it was reverence and fanaticism, as if he was going on a pilgrimage. There was no other reason. Previously, when Zhou Xiaoduo threw the hidden weapon on the ground, there was almost no follow-up action. It was almost without any warning, but the hidden weapon suddenly exploded on its own. It left a deep impression in his heart. In that battle, his opponent was Xiang Chong. At that time, Zhou Xiaoduo was still in the middle of a fierce battle. He was using all his strength to dodge Xiang Chong's attacks. However, the hidden weapon on the ground jumped up on its own. It was as if it had activated on its own. Everyone thought that this was Zhou Xiaoduo's backup plan. However, Tang Qianshou knew that this was impossible. At the very least, this statement was not comprehensive. It was too partial. There was definitely a backup plan. However, it was impossible for the backup plan to attach spiritual energy to the hidden weapon. After such a long time, it exploded on its own. Moreover, the angle was so perfect. This was absolutely impossible. The only possibility was that during the battle, Zhou Xiaoduo looked for opportunities to move. At the most suitable time, at the most suitable position, and with the most ingenious method, he activated the hidden weapon to achieve such an effect. However, Tang Qianshou still could not figure out. How did he activate it? This was no doubt the key point. At the right time, at the right position, these were not difficult to deduce. The only thing that could not be figured out was the method of activating the hidden weapon. It was really amazing and ingenious to the extreme. The life of a hidden dragon martial artist was dull, normal, and step-by-step. It seemed that everything had already entered the regular routine. Zhou Xiaoduo went to school, read his fortune, came back from school, went to the gravity room, practiced the void-extinguishing pagoda,
and slept.
The cycle repeated. It was boring, but fulfilling. Every afternoon, after school, the two teenagers would pester Grandma Shi to tell them stories on the lawn. They listened with great interest. Grandma Shi did not want to tell them at first, but Zhou Xiaoduo said with conviction, "Grandma Shi, please tell us. We will also enter the martial world in the future and enter the battlefield. Every word you say is experience. Maybe that one sentence can save our lives." Grandma Shi was helpless. She could only pretend to be impatient and tell them occasionally. At first, only the two of them were listening. Later, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing also came to listen. Later, Zhen Piapiao, Yu Yan Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, and the others all came over. Every afternoon after school, it was as if classes had started all over again. More than a dozen young boys and girls were like baby eagles waiting to be fed. They stretched out their tender yellow mouths in their nests, eagerly waiting for the eagles to feed them. Grandma Shi was very helpless about this.
Am I?
Back to the lectern again?
Am I?
Back to being a teacher again? But this sudden change was so sudden that there were no signs at all. He was not prepared at all. The most important thing, is that I don't want to do it. However, although Grandma sure said that she did not want to do it, she could clearly feel that her mentality was changing. In her heart, she was still eager to impart everything she had learned to the children and enrich their knowledge. Using her experience, she would nurture them bit by bit and nurture them into talents. She would reduce their life and death situations and improve their strength. In the future, in the martial world, on the battlefield, the children that I have taught will not be weaker than others. After a few days, she realized that she had started to pay attention to her appearance. As a teacher, she could not be sloppy. Clean, fresh, and neat were the proper performance of a teacher. Even after teaching every night, Grandma sure would think about what to teach the next day. With these children as the foundation, which aspect should she strengthen? In that case, did he need to prepare a lesson plan for the lesson? Then, she really began to prepare lessons. Everything was so involuntary and natural. I am not a teacher. I am just an unemployed person who opened a tutoring class. If you want to come, then come. I am not forcing you. Grandma sure comforted herself, hoping that she could separate herself from teaching, this profession that she hated. I don't ask for anything in return. I don't ask for students everywhere. I only ask that in the future, on the battlefield, the children can protect themselves better and survive. This is because I, Jaron, do not want to sweep the graves of my students. So Xiaodua's high martial arts life was just like that, calm and steady. Everything in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy was also calm and steady, but carried out step by step. It was as if all the mischief and conspiracies had suddenly vanished without a trace. The whole world quieted down. Apart from the shouts and battles of the high martial arts students, everything was peaceful. Shangjing. White Cloud Purple Reed. This was the residence of a legendary person. White Cloud Pavilion, the famous Qi divination master of the Yanwu Empire. His legends had long become legends and were talked about enthusiastically by too many people. In terms of feng shui, White Cloud Pavilion was known as the best in the world. Eastern Debate, White Cloud Watch Home. These were the words of White Cloud Pavilion himself. They were very conceited. The meaning was obvious. In terms of feng shui, even Marshal Dongfang, who was also famous for his Qi divination technique, could not compare to him. A passerby in the mortal world, a person in the Purple Mansion Heavenly Court. His heart was set by the universe, and he could control the ups and downs of the world with his hands. The first time White Cloud Pavilion made a move, it was the Fu family in the capital. It was said that when the ancestors of the Fu family were traveling in the world, they once had a meal with White Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, when the Fu family was in ruins, White Cloud Pavilion took the initiative to make the Fu family jump from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in a short 40 years. Until now, their power was still expanding, and they had more than enough. The second time they made a move in the same year, they made the Fu family, which was originally on the verge of decline, rise against the trend. The Fu family produced many literary heroes and generals, and their reputation returned to the peak. The third time they made a move, it was the Gu family. Back then, the Gu family, which was surrounded by strong enemies, was on the verge of collapse. They would either be destroyed in one day, or be divided up by their enemies. White Cloud Pavilion only made a few arrangements and gave a few pointers. In the next 2 years, the Gu family walked out of the difficult situation and returned to the status of a first-rate family, even higher than before. At that time, White Cloud Pavilion said, this time, the feng shui changed, and there was a slight accident. Under the roots of the parasol tree, the phoenix cried in the sky. There was the sound of string music, and the 9 heavens fell. In the future, the children of the Gu family may produce a world-famous music master. Sure enough, the big star Gu Luoyan came out of nowhere and became famous in a very short time. After this incident, all the people who knew the truth were full of admiration for this master to the point of prostrating themselves before him. In Shangjing, he was definitely a legendary figure. Even the nobles, generals, and ministers treated him with respect. When all the playboys in Shangjing mentioned this master, Even if he was not present, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Master Bai understands the mysteries of heaven. How can he not know when someone is scolding him? Once he knows, the consequences will be unpredictable. If he is in a good mood and doesn't care, then it's fine. But if he is in a bad mood when he hears it, it's not strange for a playboy to ruin the future of a family. So, be careful with your words and actions. From this, it could be seen that Master Bai had a great reputation. Chapter 5:13. Master Bai rarely made a move, especially when it came to ancestral tombs. He would avoid looking at them if he could. If there's a gain, there's a loss. There are only so many benefits in the world. What's given to you is taken from other families. To us chi-seers, it's detrimental to our fortune. We can only take advantage of the situation, and we can't forcefully change it. If a clan goes against the flow and faces decline, it's only karma. As this clan declines, it also means that another clan will rise up and replace it, and its destiny will still be the same. The so-called feng shui chi-seer is just mobilizing the scattered fortune, gathering it, and then slowly guiding it with the terrain to strengthen one's own fortune. That's all. Bai Yunting seemed to be very modest. However, the more he was so, the more the aristocrats in Shangjing flocked to him and worshipped him like a god. Over the years, more and more people regarded Bai Yunting as the #1 chi-seer in the Yanwu Empire. However, Bai Yunting still refused to accept it. Being called a master is already a sign of reverence and awe. As for being called a master, I dare not accept it. However, the more modest he was and the more he refused, the more impressive he seemed. In Shangjing, Master Bai Yunting's reputation was like the sun in the sky, unshakable. White cloud, purple reed. The green mountains behind were faintly discernible, surrounded by clouds and mist. Purple bamboo fluttered around, but it was spotless. 60 miles of purple bamboo, 3 to 5 cottages, a mortal world before one's eyes, 9 heavens in one's heart. This was White Cloud Pavilion. Layman Bai Yunting. White Cloud, purple reed rarely had guests. Master Bai disliked noise the most. Visitors would first go to the foot of the mountain to report their identities. Someone would guard there, preventing anyone from entering the mountain. If the visitor was of high status, money, or had urgent matters, they could call the people at the foot of the mountain to make an appointment. If Master Bai did not agree, no matter how high their status was, he would not receive them. Very few people barged into the mountain. The main reason was that no one dared to barge in. There was once a rich man from West Mountain who wanted to take out 1 million pieces of high-grade Astral Souls jade to ask Master Bai to help once. However, Master Bai ignored him. The rich man did not let him off and spoke rudely in the end. Then, in half a month, this rich man from West Mountain went bankrupt. All the powerful people spontaneously took action and forcefully got rid of him. What kind of person and status was Master Bai? Master Bai was not someone a rich man. Today, White Cloud, purple reed. In the purple reed, Master Bai was dressed in a loose hemp robe. His hair was tied up in a bun with a purple hairpin made of unknown material. His face was thin, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. His face was indifferent, and his whole body exuded an otherworldly aura. He sat there calmly, as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any time. Master Bai. Patriarch Gao sat in front of Master Bai with a hesitant expression. After being scolded by Minister Nan, Patriarch Gao had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to do and instinctively thought of this. I already know about it. Bai Yunting didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, if we take advantage of the situation, the Gao family will naturally have the opportunity to soar. However, it seems that the Eye of Fortune has been blocked. This is something that can't be helped. The Eye of Providence has been blocked? Patriarch Gao frowned. Remember not to harm anyone. Bai Yunting said faintly, there are many different opinions on fate, but the essence is the same. Although great fate is accompanied by the aura of weapons if You don't have to kill or harm others. You should try your best not to harm others to benefit yourself. You should know that these are the consequences of the future. When the time comes, there will be consequences. Patriarch Gao was thoughtful. He didn't quite understand, but he didn't understand. Master Bai, please point out the right path and help the Gao family to continue on. Follow your heart. Do what your heart desires. Patriarch Gao, you must be under a lot of pressure right now. Bai Yunting said faintly as he raised his hand gently, you don't need to speak. I can see that the pressure you are under should be from the strong pressure from above. And this pressure is making you not dare to move. You can't move. If you move, your family will be destroyed. Is that right? Master Bai lowered his eyes and asked faintly. Master Bai's insight is like a torch. You are absolutely right. Patriarch Gao was full of admiration. Bai Yunting was indeed a legendary figure. He didn't even say a word, but Master Bai had already understood everything. Just this ability alone was enough to shock the world and make it impossible for anyone to imagine. Master Bai, what should I do now? What can we do to help our Gao family escape from danger? Patriarch Gao asked anxiously. Bai Yunting sat upright on the high platform. He stretched out 2 fingers and held them up like a flower. He seemed to be calculating. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, human power is sometimes limited. The Gao family's luck has run out. What can we do?
Ah?
Patriarch Gao was shocked. He didn't expect Master Bai to give such an answer. Now, the Gao family should have started to suffer misfortune, or be injured or killed. Bai Yunting said faintly, when a country is about to die, there will be demons. When a family declines, there will be a death knell. The Gao family is now on the road to decline. In the next 6 months, it should be 5 months, there will be news of the death of the Gao family's disciples. Master Bai Yunting sighed softly. Patriarch Gao. Patriarch Gao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Master, I am here. Please take pity on me and give me a way to save them. Bai Yunting was silent for a long time. Patriarch Gao waited for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Master? This matter? Bai Yunting's thin face was still full of hesitation. Finally, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say and sighed. Patriarch Gao, go back. This matter. The Gao family's luck has run out. The destruction of the family is right in front of us. Patriarch Gao has too many restrictions, including martial arts. Forgive me for not being able to help. Patriarch Gao only felt a bone-chilling wind blowing. His whole body was cold. The luck has run out? The destruction of the family? His whole body trembled. He suddenly stood up and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and held up a space ring with both hands. He said in a trembling voice, I hope Master Bai can give me a way out for the sake of our friendship in the past. Bai Yunting sighed deeply and hesitated for a long time. Patriarch Gao held the ring with both hands and knelt motionlessly. After a full 20 minutes, Bai Yunting suddenly sighed. Forget it. He gently stretched out his hand. A gust of wind blew. Then a round thing outside fell into his hand. He handed the round thing to Patriarch Gao. Patriarch Gao, do you recognize this thing? Patriarch Gao frowned and looked at the thing in his hand. This is a walnut? Bai Yunting closed his eyes. Take this and go home.
Master. What?
What does this mean? The will of the heavens and the will of the people is only one word. Master, this. More and more confused, Patriarch Gao became more and more confused and terrified. Furthermore, with the words his fate is over, his family will be wiped out in front of him, he felt as if his brain had stiffened up. He couldn't think of anything. Go. Bai Yunting closed his eyes.
Take this.
You don't have to come again. Today, I didn't say anything to you, nor did I give you any advice. No matter what you do after you go out, it has nothing to do with me. Patriarch Gao, this life is over. From now on, no matter whether your family succeeds or fails, you don't have to come again. Even if you come, I won't see you again. Then he closed his eyes and didn't say a word. He was like a dead person. He didn't even breathe. Patriarch Gao asked 2 more times, but he didn't get any response. He had to stand up in confusion, holding the walnut tightly in his hand, and left in confusion. The spatial ring was left on the futon, shining brightly. Patriarch Gao frowned and thought as he went down the mountain. Why did the master give me this walnut? Did he spend a lot of money to buy a walnut? After he went out, he found a place to put on makeup, changed his figure and appearance, and quietly went down the mountain. He walked all the way out of the West Mountain without stopping, but his heart was filled with thoughts. Patriarch Gao looked at the walnut in his hand from time to time, and his heart was full of confusion.
Why?
Why did he give me this? What is his purpose? Walnut? And escape? That can't be right. Our Gao family hasn't reached that point yet. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Master, stop the car. For the sake of confidentiality, he didn't drive or bring bodyguards. He just took a taxi, like an ordinary person. Now that he was going back, he naturally took a taxi. The driver hurriedly stopped. Patriarch Gao got out of the car and ran back. There were quite a lot of people at this intersection, and many people came and went to buy things. On the side, there was a fruit stall with all kinds of fruits. It was a dazzling lineup. Among them, there was a round thing that was very eye-catching. It was a walnut. Walnuts were now the source of Patriarch Gao's nerves. He squeezed into the crowd, pointed at the walnut, and asked anxiously, "Boss, is this a walnut?" The boss was stunned. After a while, he said in a daze, "Is this a watermelon?" Patriarch Gao was suddenly excited. He stretched out his hand and showed the walnut in his palm. "Look at mine. It's also a walnut?" Everyone around was a little confused by this question. Could it be that this fellow was actually a lunatic, pointing at someone else's walnut and asking if it's a walnut? I almost thought that you've never seen a walnut before, but you're holding one in your hand. Then he pointed at his own walnut and asked again, "Is yours a walnut? Is mine a walnut?" This is... Unless he's retarded to a certain extent, how can he ask 2 such high-end questions in a row?
You?
The boss was shocked. He looked up and down at Patriarch Gao and bared his teeth. "Big brother, is your walnut different from the rest? Isn't it the same kind as mine? They're both crispy walnuts." Patriarch Gao said embarrassedly, "I'm asking this thing.
How to eat it?
Crispy walnuts, right? That's the name of walnuts? Crispy? How to eat walnuts?" The boss was stunned. How should I answer this question? I've been selling walnuts for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a question. Update complete. Chapter 5:14. A few aunties who were picking fruits could no longer hold it in and scolded him. "What's wrong with you? Are you pretending to be crazy? Flirting? You can flirt with a little girl, but why are you flirting with a stinky man? You're from the city, right? You took a taxi and travel hundreds of kilometers to come here and pretend to be crazy. You have quite the perseverance. You can't show off in the city, so you're holding it in? What a joke. How can you eat walnuts? Eat them with the skin. Throw away the meat inside, and eat the hard skin. I'm afraid you don't have the teeth. Are you an idiot?" Patriarch Gao was embarrassed by the scolding. After all, he was a person of high status. He could not argue with a few aunties, nor could he hurt them. He asked 3 questions in a row, and all of them were as weird as an idiot. It was no wonder that they were angry. However, he was confused. He wanted to use the wisdom of the crowd to enlighten himself, but he held back. The stall owner's face was also distorted. "Brother, what are you doing? What do you want to do? You're not here to mess with me, are you? How can you eat walnuts? Break them open and eat them. You can't just eat them raw, right?" Patriarch Gao looked embarrassed. Break them open and eat them? Suddenly, he was stunned and muttered, "Break them open and eat them?" The words entered his soul, and he felt enlightened. Break them open and eat them. Ha 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 ha, I finally understand. Walnuts need to be broken open and eaten. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Gao was enlightened and could not help but laugh at the sky. Around them, everyone was dumbfounded.
Fuck.
I'm in Buddha. That's awesome. Did he solve a world-class problem? I've opened my eyes again today. Could it be that this person swallowed the walnuts raw before? Awesome, awesome. I can only say I'm impressed. Too awesome. With this IQ, how did this old man survive for decades? He doesn't dress like a poor man, but why does he do things like a retard? Walnuts need to be broken open and eaten. I'm enlightened. Wahaha. I understand, I understand. A young man also looked enlightened, which caused a burst of laughter. A middle-aged woman had just taken a bite of a pear from a stall, but she was so amused that she spat it out and coughed repeatedly. Thank you very much. Walnuts have to be smashed open to eat. Patriarch Gao laughed heartily, beaming with joy as he pulled out a thick stack of Star Origin coins from his ring. There were at least several tens of thousands of Star Origin coins, and he threw them into the arms of the stall owner. Ha ha ha, many thanks, many thanks. After saying that, he swaggered off. He returned to the taxi and disappeared in a flash. The entire place fell into a rare silence. Holy shit, what was going on? Why did he throw away tens of thousands of yuan just because he asked how to eat walnuts and didn't buy any? Then, if I had said that the orange needed to be peeled and eaten, would I have been able to get tens of thousands of yuan? That money is enough for you to live comfortably for a few years. Was he crazy? That person must be crazy. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? The stall owner hugged the thick stack of cash and was dumbstruck.
Did I
do something that was too great? Why, damn, I'm so excited, but I'm also panicking. So much money, is he really giving it to me? The stall owner was stunned for a long time. He felt dizzy and sat down on a chair. After a long while, he shouted excitedly, "Fellow villagers, brothers, take whatever fruits you want from today's stall. You can eat as much as you want. There's no charge."
Ha ha ha.
No one said a word, and no one touched the fruit. They all stared at him with envy and jealousy, their eyes filled with green light. I don't want the stall anymore. I'll give it all to you. The stall owner ran away with the money at a speed that had never happened before in his life. Patriarch Gao sat in the car, looking at the walnuts in his hand with a gloomy expression. He couldn't stop thinking. Master Bai gave me walnuts. But he didn't say a word. He obviously doesn't want to be tainted by karma. The benefits that we, the Gao family, want to like the meat inside the hard shell of a walnut. If we want to eat the meat, we have to break the hard shell. As for breaking the hard shell, we have to use force. Is this a reminder for me to use force to break it? Use a thunderous method to get rid of that little guy with the surname Zwa? Although the walnut shell is hard, it has its limits. It can be broken in one hit by a heavy hammer. The thunderous method is really effective. We, the Gao family, have to be that big hammer. They returned to their own home. Patriarch Gao was still thinking about this matter. He asked intentionally, "Is there anyone in the family who likes to eat walnuts?" Of course there are many who like to eat walnuts. Call a few of them here. Grandpa, I like to eat walnuts. Oh, how do you like to eat them? I like... The little granddaughter tilted her head innocently and cutely. I like to peel a bunch of them after I peel them and then secretly eat them. I eat them all. That way, I can eat to my heart's content. Patriarch Gao laughed. Then, this walnut is for you. He handed over the walnut in his hand and encouraged her. Just eat it here, okay? Okay. The little girl agreed crisply. Then, she ran out with her short legs and came back with a small hammer. She carefully placed the walnut on the floor and smashed it with a hammer. Ha ha ha. It's broken. The little girl was laughing. Patriarch Gao looked from afar and saw the white flesh of the walnut. His smile gradually widened and finally, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. This hammer is good. It's broken. Over at White Cloud Purple Reed Pavilion, there were many visitors these days. The head of the Wu family in the capital came. and left. No one knew what he took with him. The head of the Wei family came and left. No one knew what he took with him. Late at night, a thin young man came to the room of White Cloud Pavilion. Martial uncle. Yes, I've been here for 2 months. Yes, I know what you want to say, but you can't go to Fenghai. Wise. Fenghai is your death ground. No matter what, you can't go. Once you go to Fenghai, you will die without a doubt. The thin young man was silent for a moment and said, Martial uncle, I still can't accept losing to Xiaoduo last time. And I still don't understand where the problem is. So you want to understand the whole story and even want to get back at him? Yes, there's one more thing I want to solve. If I'm not wrong, Fang Inua should be in Fenghai right now, cooperating with Xiaoduo. This is another thing I don't understand. Why would Fang Inua betray us? You want to investigate all these?
Yes. Last time.
I lost to unjustly. I can't accept it. If you have this intention, then you're not far from death. Please enlighten me, Martial uncle. Since he can make you lose the first round without knowing why, he has the ability to make you lose the second round without knowing why. Previously, he was just an ant. You still lost and kept your life. But now, he has the entire hidden dragon behind him. If you suddenly go, how can you win? If you lose again, you'll lose your life. I understand. It's very dangerous. So, don't go. I won't let you go.
Fang Inua.
Even if he really betrayed us, how much influence can he cause? He's just a cloud transformation pinnacle. Yes, I'll listen to Martial uncle. You don't need to use Meng Qintian's identity anymore. Cut all ties with the past and let bygones be bygones. Yes. Shangjing is the place where the astral soul's continent's dragon veins gather. You should stay in Shangjing and consolidate your strength. It's the best choice and the easiest place to make a name for yourself.
Yes.
You should focus on consolidating your strength and familiarizing yourself with your new identity. When you're invulnerable, I'll naturally think of a way to let you enter Ancestral Dragon and stir up a storm.
Okay.
Now, there are people who want to deal with Xiaoduo. Instead of doing it yourself, it's better to use the strength of others to achieve your own goals. That's the best choice. You used the Meng and Ning families' methods last time. Martial uncle praises me too much. Listen to me. Calm your mind. Only by remaining calm in an ancient well can you reflect all living things. Turbulent waves will only destroy your own dam and cause a burden on your mind. Yes, Martial uncle. Thank you for your teachings. The battle for luck has lasted for thousands of years and hundreds of generations. Temporary gains and losses are nothing. If you take it too seriously, your state of mind will be deficient. It's time to reflect on yourself.
Yes.
You still can't get started with Qi observation? I'm ashamed. Forget it. Everyone has their own fate. You're not made for this. If you force yourself, it'll be in vain. But remember to report and reflect on everything.
Yes.
After you leave this place, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. I won't see you again. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Disciple will stay here temporarily and cultivate until Martial uncle nods his head before leaving. You're worth teaching. Time passed by peacefully. Xiaoduo's life was unusually peaceful, except for the perilous waves that were constantly stirring up on the internet. Yi Chongqing and the others' gazes fell on Xiaoduo more and more. There was a hint of worry in their eyes. They were all old men who had accumulated thousands of years of wisdom. How could they not understand the real reason why the enemy hadn't made any moves? It was because Xiaoduo was here. No matter who they were targeting, Xiaoduo would immediately see through them and set up a targeted trap to counterattack. Therefore, before Xiaoduo died, they wouldn't make any moves, at least for a short period of time. Then, the enemy's top priority was to kill Xiaoduo, which was their only option. In the previous 2 operations, they didn't know if the enemy was from the same family. But both times, they lost a lot of people and lost a lot of money. It could be said that it was an unprecedented huge loss for countless years in dealing with the Hidden Dragon realm. If they made a move again, the enemy would never make the mistake of underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly. It would definitely be a well-thought-out thunderbolt attack. And the first to bear the brunt of it would definitely be Xiaoduo. Chapter 5:15. As for whether or not they could block the attack and protect Xiaoduo, none of them had the slightest bit of confidence. If it's someone below the peak of the mysterious realm, we can naturally hold them off. However, if the other party sends an expert at the level of a secret shaman, how can we resist? Yi Chongqing's face was gloomy. A secret sorcerer is a top expert above the martial flame cloud realm. They're at least at the level of a deputy commander or a general. How many of them are there in the whole continent? It's impossible to send someone like that just to deal with a kid like Xiaoduo, right? Xiang Quangren disagreed. Not to mention secret sorcerer, how many cloud transformation cultivators are there in Fenghai? Xiang Quangren felt that the other party would not send a real cloud transformation cultivator. That's hard to say. When Xingtian said with a gloomy face, "We're not afraid of the UMNO Alliance's secret sorcerers, we're only afraid of the experts on our side. If the UMNO Alliance comes to assassinate us, things will be clear. But if we're fighting for power, or being incited by others, that'll be a huge tragedy." Yi Chongqing let out a long sigh. That's right. Neither side can afford to lose an expert of that level. Once one of them is lost, it'll be an almost irreversible loss to our side, especially for the position that person was originally in charge of. It'll be a light injury to our bones. I hope that won't happen. What did the Southern Chief say? The Southern Chief has already caused a huge storm in the capital. Currently, he's also continuing to act under pressure like a mountain. But regarding Xiaoduo's matter, the Southern Chief can be said to be unusually careless. Yi Chongqing smiled bitterly. The Southern Chief said, "He's just a student, and a freshman at that. How can anything big happen?"
Haha.
When Xingtian and Xiang Quangren could only chuckle in response to this. The Southern Chief was not here, so he could naturally say that. It was easy for him to say that. How could he know what kind of pressure they were under for the sake of Xiaoduo? Yi Chongqing and the others had to meet up almost every day. They had to have secret discussions, and everyone felt immense pressure. However, the person involved, Master Zhua, didn't seem to feel anything. He was extremely busy in school every day, and his schedule was unusually full, amassing wealth, reading fortunes, and sleeping every day. Although he didn't sleep much, he counted money until his hands got cramps. Following the confirmation of the accuracy of 3 students' short-term physiognomy, Master Zhua's fame quickly swept through the entire campus. After Gui Xiaocheng's family survived the crisis and unexpectedly gained the recognition of a big shot, someone came to Xiaoduo's door with 2,000 high-quality astral souls to thank him. Because of this, Master Zhua's reputation as the godly image of Zhua soared to the peak. Divine image. Divine foresight. Appearance technique connecting gods. He's definitely a living immortal. Class monitor Zhua is too awesome. Please accept my knees. No, I should prostrate myself before you. I prostrate myself before you. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be so accurate. It's so accurate that it makes my scalp tingle. It's true. The future seems to be right under Master Zhua's nose. Life and death, misfortune and fortune. In one sentence. There's actually such a godly person in this world. Xiaoduo's reputation in the Hidden Dragon High School had soared to the mythical level. The price of fortune-telling had also risen from the initial $50 to $500. It had increased by 10 times. Moreover, the number of people waiting in line every day had reached dozens. Among them were many female students who came to read their futures and fates. In fact, Xiaoduo could tell at a glance. What futures and fates? Who were they trying to fool? All of them were here to read about love. Actually, I'm not here to read about love. I'm not interested in my future other half or my future husband's family, but It'd be great if I could know what I'm doing. I'm mainly here to read about fate. As for love, I can ask about it. I wonder if it's going to be successful? Zhuo chuckled. If you can be any more hypocritical, I promise I'll let you see it. There were also some bold girls who directly asked class monitor Zhuo, do you know Song Yuxing from the 3rd grade class 4? Do you think it's possible between us? Song Yuxing, this guy's cultivation isn't outstanding, but he's recognized as the most handsome guy in the Hidden Dragon High School. He's bright, handsome, and extremely exquisite. Although he's a guy, he has a lot of fans. Not only are there a lot of female fans, but there's also a lot of male fans. You can roughly imagine how handsome this guy is. Zhuo had always thought that his appearance was quite outstanding. He was handsome, elegant, and carefree. But compared to the Song Yuxing Dukoff, he's still a little bit worse than me. Right. But I'm more manly than him. When this girl asked this question, a few of the male students beside her instantly felt disgusted. I'm standing right here. Why don't you ask me? Zhuo smiled faintly. I won't answer any questions that involve others. The girl snorted and didn't ask anything else. She walked away with her head held high. With this face that's like a door and Xiang Chang's figure. She actually dares to have delusions about Song Yuxing. She's really overestimating herself, a girl beside her muttered. Li Chenglong had been working as a middleman these few days. His hands were sore from receiving red packets, and his commission was flying high. He was beaming from ear to ear. And Xiang Chang's commission from Li Chenglong was also very generous. Even Xiang Bing had become much more extravagant during this period. God of wealth. At this moment, opposite them, a girl walked over with big strides. This girl was 187 meters tall, which was basically the same height as Zhuo, but at a glance, she was at least a head taller than Zhuo. Although she was tall, her body was extremely well-proportioned. Her front and back weren't exactly protruding, but she was filled with a kind of feminine beauty. When people saw her, they couldn't help but think of female generals galloping on the battlefield, valiant and heroic. His face was a little masculine, but the more one looked at it, the more attractive it became. He held a long spear in his hand, which was 5 meters long. The tip of the spear was sharp and was half a meter long. It was streamlined and flashed with a cold light. At a glance, one could tell that it was a great killing weapon. She was wearing combat boots and a military uniform. Her pants were at her ankles. Her long legs were streamlined, slender, and well-proportioned. They were straight and strong. She walked over with big strides, but it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging together, with a threatening aura. What a dashing girl! Zhuo couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. There were some things that couldn't be avoided and couldn't be avoided. The girl came in front of Zhuo and propped her long spear on the ground. Although it was a very soft sound, everyone felt that the ground under their feet shook. Class monitor Zhuo. My name is Zhan Xuejuan. Zhan Xuejuan was straightforward. She pointed her finger at Xiang Chong and said, This guy is my fiancé arranged by my family. You tell me if he wants to marry me or not. Zhuo's face turned blank when he heard this, and he was complaining in his heart. Xiang Chong's eyes were fixed. Fiancé? Arranged by my family? I like her so much. This girl. Tsk. Xiang Chong instantly felt that his heart was moved. I'm in love. Ha! Xiang Bing, who was standing at the side, was also as stunned as Zhuo. Her eyes were fixed. I just told my family about the fortune that's arranged for my brother. Didn't my family say that it was very important? Why did such a sister-in-law suddenly appear? What is my family thinking? Zhan Xuejuan was very famous in Hidden Dragon High School. As a third-year student and the class monitor of the third-year class, she was very famous in Hidden Dragon High School. It was said that many fourth-year seniors were no match for her. She could be said to be one of the most influential people in Hidden Dragon High School. Now that he had said these words so straightforwardly, it immediately caused everyone to feel greatly surprised. This girl was so stubborn? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo kept coughing. Zhang Xuejuan, if not for the war, could be said to be a good match for Xiang Chong. She had a straightforward personality and a heroic appearance, which made people admire her at first sight.
But
this was war. Zhang Xuejuan was surrounded by an obscure aura. Her murderous aura rushed to the heavens, and the aura of death came from the soles of her feet and from the top of her head. Her luck was extremely bad. It was definitely not the sign of longevity. Zhou Xiaoduo saw Zhang Xuejuan walking over and knew that Xiang Chong's doom had come. But this kind of woman, to Xiang Chong, was destined to be a poison. But he really couldn't stop this kind of thing. Why are you coughing? Just say it if you have something to say. Zhang Xuejuan frowned and shouted, "Don't hesitate. Why are you acting like a girl?" Zhou Xiaoduo looked helpless. You should ask him about this matter. Okay. Zhang Xuejuan shouted, and then raised her head to look at Xiang Chong. She shouted, "Xiang Chong, do you dare to marry me?" Yes. Xiang Chong's face was glowing. He also took a step forward. With his height of 2 meters, he actually puffed out his chest and straightened his back. He shouted, "I'll marry you. I dare." Suddenly, there was an endless stream of strange cries. Oh ho! Ow ow ow! Li Chenglong clapped his hands until they were numb. This unforeseen event was really too shocking. Zhang Xuejuan obviously didn't expect Xiang Chong to be so straightforward. She was stunned and shouted, "But you're not qualified now." Xiang Chong rubbed his hands together. "How can I be qualified? My man, you have to beat me. My man, you have to kill more enemies than me. My man, you have to have a higher military rank than me. My man, you have to have more military achievements than me." Zhang Xuejuan shouted, "I'm looking for a real man, not a little man." Xiang Chong laughed wildly. "That's it? Don't worry. One day, I'll knock you out with a few punches and kicks and carry you home." Zhang Xuejuan sneered. "If that's the case, let's not talk about the marriage contract for now. We'll talk about it when you're at my level?" "Of course," Xiang Chong said proudly. "Even if you want to marry me now, I won't. It's a tradition of the Xiang family to beat the wife on the wedding night. I don't want to be beaten by my wife on the wedding night." Zhang Xuejuan's face seemed to blush a little. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to beat me." Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. He said, "Xiang Chong, about your family's tradition. Did you mishear a word?" Xiang Chong. Xiang Bing. Li Chenglong. Everyone who heard it. Zhang Xuejuan's face suddenly turned red. She glared at Zhou Xiaoduo fiercely and then looked deeply at Xiang Chong. She reached out and picked up her big spear. She swung the spear elegantly and put it on her shoulder. Then, she turned around and strode away. Xiang Chong watched Zhang Xuejuan leave valiantly. He stared at her even after she had turned the corner and disappeared. After a long time, he laughed loudly. "I'm quite satisfied with the way the family handled things this time. I'm very satisfied with this wife." Zhou Xiaoduo looked up and sighed. Update complete. Looking for recommendation votes. I'm still writing on the live stream. I'm trying to save some chapters. Hee. Chapter 516. Zhou Xiaoduo felt melancholy. This is simply making things difficult for me. Master Zhou, how did I meet such a weird couple? The Xiang family is also weird. Didn't they already know my prophecy? Why did they hastily set up the engagement? They are a classic example of finding trouble for themselves. Zhou Xiaoduo felt depressed. He was no longer in the mood for fortune-telling. After a moment of silence, he pulled Xiang Bing aside with a heavy heart.
What?
What's going on? Xiang Bing was also confused by Zhou Xiaoduo's question. What do you mean by what's going on? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of depression. He stared at her and said, "Didn't you hear my comments to your brother at that time? I saw that you even took notes. I think my hint to you is very obvious, right? Why did you suddenly?" Xiang Bing was surprised by this and said, I just asked my dad. My dad said that according to his analysis, you shouldn't let him have the freedom to fall in love. Because of this, the family decided to arrange a marriage and solve the problem from the root. It completely cut off his path of free love. My father said that everyone agreed that since Masters was said so, the family should just make the decision. It's foolproof. This sister Jean is very much in line with my brother's taste. She should be a good match, right? Xiaoduo opened his mouth wide. This thing can't be avoided just because it's not a good match. But the Xiang family's way of thinking is really fucking weird. This understanding.
Full marks.
Xiaoduo was speechless and gave a thumbs up. He had an impulse to go crazy in his heart. The Xiang family is indeed an overlord family. Their brains are really good. Xiangbing coughed and said, "This was yesterday."
It's just been decided.
I didn't expect this future sister-in-law to be so hot-tempered. She actually came here today. Xiaoduo stared and said, "I remember that before returning to Xian, don't talk about feelings." How did you interpret this to mean that you can't fall in love freely? Xiangbing was confused. Isn't it? Actually, that's how I understand it. Looking at Xiaoduo's widened eyes, Xiangbing felt guilty, and her face turned green. Ahem. I don't know how they understand. She suddenly became nervous and said, "Zwa, what's with your attitude? Is there something wrong with my brother's relationship? I think this future sister-in-law is quite a good person." Xiaoduo sighed. Could there be a problem? There would definitely be a problem. As for your sister-in-law, she's not bad. Another line of nonsense. If your sister-in-law wasn't so good, how could your brother's fate be so miserable? It was precisely because he was a good person that he could leave behind a painful scar that would never fade away. For something like a death in love, if the other party was of high quality, the pain and regret would only be greater. If the person who gave you the pain of love was a scumbag, then you should rejoice. Because after you lost your head, you could only sigh at your own stupidity and naivety. Cursing for the rest of one's life because of love and being sad for the rest of one's life were two completely different things. The future is full of changes due to the cycle of cause and effect. Now we can only take one step at a time. Xiaoduo sighed and said with an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Xiaoduo could only see the fate of Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan from their faces. Then there was the appearance of lightning and thunder. That was the breaking of fate caused by the calamity of heaven and earth, the calamity of heaven and earth. In this regard, Xiaoduo didn't dare to interfere at all. The consequences of being involved were too serious. Xiaoduo could fight against Xiaonian's fate at all costs, but he might not be willing to get involved in Xiang Chong's fate. Xiaoduo was very clear about this choice. If he rashly got involved in this calamity of heaven and earth, a considerable part of it would definitely fall on him, an uninvited guest. If he was implicated and died, it wouldn't be strange at all. What kind of fate could provoke the calamity of heaven and earth? If an outsider wanted to forcefully interfere with such a fate, or even change it, how could the consequences be light? If he was dragged into this mess and died, wouldn't he have to leave Nian Cat to live alone in this world? That wouldn't do. Looking at Xiaoduo, who was different from usual, Xiangbing couldn't help but feel more worried. Looking into the distance, Xiang Chong, who was smiling and joking with Li Chenglong, was still looking in the direction of Zhan Xuejuan's departure. It was as if that vigorous and valiant figure would appear in the next moment. With Xiangbing's understanding of her brother, how could she not see that this guy was really moved? At this moment, she heard Xiang Chong laughing. This woman is a little difficult to deal with. That gun of hers is even longer than mine. Xiaoduo was stunned, and his face suddenly became distorted. This sentence, roughly speaking, there seemed to be no problem with it. However, thinking about it carefully, it was terrifying that on the other side, Li Chenglong, who also felt the same, also had a distorted face. Then he saw Xiang Chong give a thumbs up. Obviously, he was full of praise for this sentence. On the way home from school in the afternoon, Xiaoduo, Xiangcheng and Li Chenglong began to divide the loot with flushed faces. Anyway, you only have 5% of the share. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't give up a single cent. When he took out the 5% share, Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of pain, and his heart was full of reluctance. This bastard Li Chenglong, he earned 500 yuan from me in one go. The 500 yuan that I worked so hard to earn. This is all for you. I won't share with you. Li Chenglong pretended to be generous and gave all 500 yuan to Xiangcheng. Xiangcheng didn't accept it. Bullshit. You are obviously trying to take advantage of me. The two of them had previously agreed to split the loot 50-50. Then they began to act. Li Chenglong had received a lot of extra bribes before, and that was a huge sum. Finally, under the threat of Li Chenglong and his sister, they began to split the loot. This guy had received a total of 960 yuan in one day, plus the 500 yuan, then 1,460 yuan. Everyone got 730 yuan. Xiangcheng got 730 yuan and gave his sister 300 yuan. Xiangbing was furious. Didn't we agree to split it 50-50? I should get 365 yuan. Xiangcheng's face was full of happiness. Your brother is going to have a wife soon, so I have to keep more money for myself. Xiangbing was speechless. They had only met for the first time today, and he had already mercilessly deducted so much from his sister's share. Could it be that all men were like this? Xiangbing snorted and rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she asked Li Chenglong, "Swollen, if you find a wife, will you be like this too?" Wife. Li Chenglong trembled in shock. This word is too far away for me. It's out of my reach. I mean if. Xiangbing stomped her feet in anger. Li Chenglong laughed. Isn't it good to be single? Why do you have to find a wife? Being single, you can flirt with any girl, joke with any girl, flirt with any girl, and not be stained by any of them. This is the highest realm. If you really have a wife, how can you be so casual? No. Before he could finish, Xiangbing had already walked away. Just like that, she pulled Xiangcheng and left. She didn't even go to Grandma Shi's class. Li Chenglong didn't feel that anything was wrong. He quickly walked to Zhou Xiaoduo's side and sighed. Look at Xiangcheng today. Sigh when he saw that John something his IQ dropped by 3 levels. People always say that a woman becomes stupid after 3 years of pregnancy. When I see a man, at least he's completely stupid now. Zhou Xiaoduo's face twitched. What else? Is this the main point? Of course not. After Grandma Shi's class tonight, we have to keep an eye on the progress of Zhou Shuai's company. This is the main point, don't forget. Li Chenglong reminded. What else? Let's practice tonight? I want to test the current progress, and you're the ideal benchmark. Li Chenglong said proudly. Leader. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. I realized that the netizens are really sharp. This nickname is really destined by the heavens. Sure enough, there are wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. Li Chenglong smiled slyly. Indeed, I feel more and more that the nickname Cheap King is really suitable for you. It's just right and it's only natural.
Ha ha ha.
Swollen laughed loudly. He really didn't realize the true meaning of Zhou Xiaoduo's words. More importantly, he was definitely not faking it. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was drunk. He didn't even retaliate because Swollen dared to call him Cheap King. Swollen.
Sigh.
It's nothing. I think you're really happy. It's quite good. Zhou Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. Every single dog is happy. They're foolishly happy every day. Everyone in the world is like a brother. Only after many years do you realize what you missed when you were a single dog. Sipping on a glass of wine, lamenting about the foolish youth back then. Li Chenglong snorted. You're talking as if you already have a wife. If you want to act like an experienced person, you should at least stop being single, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily. Of course I have a wife. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Li Chenglong. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoduo glared at him fiercely. You don't believe me? My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Ha ha ha. Ha ha my ass. I'm telling the truth. I have a wife. And she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Xiaoduo looked very serious.
Hee hee.
Li Chenglong stopped laughing and changed it to he. He turned his head away. His meaning was obvious. I don't want to talk to a liar like you. Do you really think I'll believe you? If it was someone else, they might still be skeptical. But if it was someone else telling it to me, why don't you take a look at what kind of person I, Li Chenglong, am? Do you think you can compare to my Li Chenglong's IQ? Do you think you can compare to my Li Chenglong's EQ? Right now, the person who appears by your side the most is me, okay? And for the next 4 years, you have to keep me company the whole time. And then you tell me with your white teeth that you have a wife, and that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Hee hee. Even a dog wouldn't believe a lie. Chapter 5:17. That night, Grandma Sure mainly talked about one thing. When the sword is close to the body, and there is no way to avoid it, then she lets Xiaoduo go up and demonstrate. The sword pierced his shoulder, his throat, his heart, and his joints in a split second. This is the true way to save one's life. You must remember it well. In the future, every once in a while, I will focus on this. Grandma Sure attached great importance to this point, far more serious than any basic theory lesson. She emphasized it several times in a row. Sometimes, the enemy's sword is too fast and has already pierced your throat. At this time, even if you don't have time to do these actions, you can at least clench your teeth or swallow a mouthful of saliva. Grandma Sure taught sincerely, the action of clenching your teeth can cause your windpipe to deviate by 0.5 millimeter in a critical moment. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva can cause your windpipe to move back by 5 millimeters. In a battle between experts, life and death is decided in an instant. A little difference is enough to completely change the situation. This is the difference between life and death. From this night onwards, Grandma Sure began to teach all kinds of life-saving techniques and all kinds of life-saving points. If the opponent's cultivation was higher than yours and suppressed you from the beginning to the end, how could you survive? How could you form a situation of seeking life in the midst of death? If the opponent's cultivation was much higher than yours, it would be a direct suppression. At this time, how could you save your life? How could you create a ray of hope for yourself to escape? If the opponent's strength was already at the level where you couldn't resist at all, then what method could you use to delay your life for even a second? Don't underestimate it. 1 second, 2 seconds. Sometimes, if you can't hold on for even a second, you will die. But if you can hold on, there will be a turn for the better. Help will arrive, and your life will be prolonged. At any time, even if you already know that you are powerless and can only wait for death, you must still have a firm belief in your heart, a little bit of hope. That is, I want to live. I want to live. With the same injury, if you have this belief, you can live. Without this belief, if you are even a little bit pessimistic, you will die. Only if you don't give up first, then there is hope, then there is a chance. The most important thing is to remember. That night, Granny Sure talked about a lot of things, including Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, which he had never heard of before. Not only was it about martial arts techniques, but it was also about cultivation and mental state. It was also about thoughts and some things that sounded extremely mysterious. For example, if you believe that you are protected by the gods, then when you are seriously injured and on the verge of death, as long as your belief is strong enough, you can still survive. Grandma Sure said, these refer to, some people will bring some so-called protective talismans to the battlefield. And most of the protective talismans are used here. After every great battle, there are far too many who can't hold on and give up and die after cleaning up the battlefield. However, there are also many who can survive and even recover from the same injuries. This is the effect of spiritual belief. Grandma Sure said, everything that exists is reasonable. In this world, there are far too many things that can't be explained by scientific principles. Don't casually doubt anything, and don't deny anything. You need to remember one thing. Even if these are fake, it is not up to you to deny the truth. These words made the 10 or so children who came to listen feel that they had benefited greatly. Although they didn't fully understand, they were all thinking and considering. Yi Chongqing and Wen Xingtian sat across from each other and drank tea in the bamboo forest, separated by more than 20 meters. After hearing Grandma Shi's words, they couldn't help but sigh softly. These words remind me of the battle we fought against the Flood Witch. A casual hammer, just a casual hammer.
And we?
Yi Chongqing smiled faintly. That time, I was almost the first to bear the brunt. If it wasn't for the belief that I can live, I can't die in my heart, and I was bitterly holding on. That time, I would have lost my life the moment I closed my eyes. How am I not the same? When Xingtian laughed bitterly. Do you still remember General Fu behind you? His cultivation level was higher than yours at that time, but I still remember the sigh he gave before he died. His last words were, "Dying under this hammer is not an unjust thing." Then he died.
But I didn't want to die at that time.
Why is it not an injustice to die under this hammer? It is an injustice to die under anyone's hammer, okay? Why should I die under this hammer? Why should I give up and die wholeheartedly? When Xingtian said faintly, I clenched my teeth and kept myself awake, waiting for rescue. At that time, my foundation was injured, and the injury was really serious. Once I closed my eyes, I was afraid that I would be separated by life and death forever. I knew this, so I held on. In the end, I survived. Actually, General Fu didn't have to die at that time, but because he sighed. Why did he sigh? Because he was convinced, resigned, and gave up, so he died. And we had a strong sense of unwillingness. We didn't want to die, so we bitterly held on, so we lived. Yi Chongqing sighed softly. For those who have not experienced life and death in war, they won't believe this kind of thing. Not only will they not believe it, but they will also cite the classics, use all kinds of human biology and all kinds of medical views to refute you and scold you. They will say that you mislead people. They will say that you are a spiritualist.
Ha ha ha.
Both of them laughed. Right? Speaking of hammers, when Xingtian suddenly changed to telepathy, do you think Zhou Xiaoduo's hammer technique is similar? You've come into contact with it before? Yi Chongqing asked in surprise. I'm not qualified. I haven't either. Yi Chongqing said indifferently. What I know is that Zhou Xiaoduo has inherited the Flaming Sun Manual, which is regarded as a treasure by the Southern Elder, and has not been passed down for many years. Ever since the Lord of the Scorching Sun died in the hands of the Flood Witch, no one has cultivated the Flaming Sun Manual for more than 2,000 years. When Xingtian nodded, yes, that's enough. Yes, that's enough. After this period of brewing, the internet was already in full swing. The popularity of the Hidden Dragon High School was still high, and every teacher's name had turned into a bright star. And now it was slowly spreading to Vice Principal Shi's side. This game was done very cleverly, and it was progressing in an orderly manner, without any chaos. Very few people were able to grasp the context of this situation. The initial topic of conversation started from, this romance is ultimately empty, and slowly extended to other topics. This was a post, an article. It was a realistic post written in a person's tone. It was a story of a high-level martial artist and an ordinary girl who fell in love with each other, but ended in tragedy. The second half of the story was accompanied by a photo. A person dressed as a martial artist stood in front of a tombstone under the setting sun. In front of him were weeds, and one could feel a sense of desolation at a glance. The beauty of the past has now been buried for 3 years. The grass in front of the tombstone is 3 feet tall, but I am still young and strong. Thinking of the past, it feels like a dream. As long as I don't wake up from this dream, this love will not die. If you have a soul, we will meet again in the next life. But I am still me. In this boundless secular world, who is you? Back then, we made a solemn vow of love, but who would have thought that this romance is all for naught? This post was written with deep emotions. Countless VIPs reposted it, and when they did, they said, "Sigh, the me in the past was also." It immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Love was an eternal topic, and the tragedy of love was more likely to arouse people's sympathy and empathy. Then it quickly brought about a trend on the internet. Did you also have such a relationship? How about such an unforgettable person? There were even more people participating in this post. Countless people came forward to give their opinions. All kinds of opinions proved one thing: it was impossible for martial artists and ordinary people to be together. The topic, based on one example after another, was mixed with yin and yang, structure, mechanics, and many other factors, and argued with each other. Later, an unprincipled martial artist of the inner core realm also joined the discussion. He insisted that it was impossible, but the other side insisted that it was possible and gave a large number of examples. This brother was so angry that he lost his mind because of the scolding. He said that he would live stream his chirp piercing through a steel plate. Didn't you say it was possible? This thing of mine can even pierce through a steel plate in an instant. Moreover, why are you still insisting? Why are you still insisting? Countless people were waiting for this live stream, and this brother was also well prepared. Just as he was about to start, his account was banned by the officials before the live stream. But many people who didn't care about the matter, or many people who were curious, actually left a comment below. "Damn, it can really pierce through steel plate. I did it last night. I also tried it and it really works, but it can't be too thick. There's a limit to human strength sometimes." You're just bragging. Are you a girl or a guy? If you're a girl, let's meet somewhere and I'll show you how to pierce through a steel plate. Shameless. The discussions on the internet were getting louder and louder, but this topic was diverted to the problem of martial artists of the innate realm and above being unable to be together with ordinary women. The reason was simple: if one couldn't bear it, one would die. Starting from this somewhat dirty topic, it gradually expanded to include all kinds of topics, covering all kinds of topics. Slowly, the entire nation began to accept and realize that it was impossible for a martial artist and an ordinary person to be together. It was also at this time that someone suddenly raised a question. If it's a martial artist of the innate realm and above, that thing is already so sharp that it's unbearable. Then what happened to the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, Shi Yunfeng? Wasn't he wrongly accused? As soon as this post came out, the entire internet fell silent for a moment. That's right, if a martial artist of the innate realm couldn't find an ordinary woman to satisfy his lust, then what was the cultivation level of the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School? He was a super expert above the clouds. If a martial artist of the innate realm couldn't do it, then what about Principal Shi? Chapter 5:18. It had to be said that this topic, under the unscrupulous operation of the major promoters of Shuai's company, quickly became a national topic. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or ordinary people, they were all actively participating in various ways. In fact, even those from the UMNO Alliance and Dao League participated in the discussions. After that, there was no need for further guidance. Everyone began to discuss instinctively. These words made sense. What exactly happened back then? Soon after, Vice Principal Shi's past deeds began to appear on the internet and began to ferment, attracting the attention of netizens. Ever since he was a young man, he had been working hard. Later on, he traveled the pugilistic world and practiced his martial arts. When he was in his prime, he joined the army and killed enemies at the Sun Moon Pass. He had made countless contributions afterwards. He was seriously injured and retired, returning to the Hidden Dragon High School as a teacher. The students he taught numbered. What level had his cultivation reached? What level had he reached? What level had he reached? What level had he reached? In the past, he had single-handedly flattened a small mountain range, lifted a large building, and moved mountains to fill the sea. Countless achievements, countless pasts, suddenly came rolling in like the rising tide of the sea. As for that woman, her name, address, family, experience, past. 8 generations of her ancestors were all dug up. Everything proved that she was just an ordinary person, not a martial artist. The truth was revealed. Finally, someone posted, "We've been used. We've wronged our hero." This conclusion was quickly accepted this time. So much foreshadowing in the beginning was not for nothing. Such a respectable old man, a divine master expert behind him, looking for an ordinary girl for a girlfriend. Are you crazy or am I crazy? During this process, there was also a considerable force that emerged to clean up the mess. They even forcefully made it into the trending searches and wantonly smeared it. Unfortunately, they lost the opportunity, and it was already too late. The power of the people had been fully mobilized at this moment. With just the power of some capital operations, they were drowned by a higher tide before they could even cause a small wave, or even burn themselves. Back then, the people who wronged the heroes were led by these fellows. Investigate them. Hunt them down. Find every post that slandered the hero back then and settle the old scores. He had to clear the hero's name. To wash away the injustice of the hero, we can't let the hero sacrifice his life and reputation. At this moment, a website suddenly appeared on the internet. Inside, there was only one post that was hanging high up. To clear the name of a hero. Hero's innocence. Settling accounts for the heroes. Help the hero open his eyes. In broad daylight, at this time today. Below, there was a handwritten message. The same words. Then, there was a bold signature. Dongfang Jingyang. Then the date. Then, there was an eye-catching bright red Grand Marshal seal. Marshal Dongfang had personally posted this post with his real name, signature, and seal. The entire internet was shocked. Immediately, countless people flooded into the website. Fortunately, the website server was abnormally strong. Even with so many people flooding in, it was still not broken, nor did it collapse. Everyone's posts will be managed in a unified manner. Then, list out the chronological order. Everyone will keep the posts from back then and paste them together here. This will make it easier to check and track. A vigorous campaign to settle accounts was suddenly launched. The moment it was launched, it was like a thunderclap, like a tsunami. Those who wronged hero back then, get out here and apologize. Those who are making a ruckus and scolding others, you will never know what sins you have committed. Such a hero, such a highly respected teacher, was driven to despair by you and went to the Sun-Moon Pass to die in battle. Where is his conscience? Where is the justice in this world? We will give hero justice here. The wave of counterattacks on the internet was getting more and more intense, each wave stronger than the previous one. At the same time, the Department of Investigation Services, the Security Bureau, Star Shield, and other major government organizations were all mobilized. The innumerable people who were involved in the internet companies back then were all seized and interrogated one by one. Even the officials who were in charge of internet surveillance back then, who had been transferred away for a long time, were directly dismissed, arrested, and interrogated. Why did such a thing happen back then? No one would have thought that a storm on the internet would cause such a huge wave in reality. And this wave was just beginning to rise. There was still more to come. More than 50,000 people were arrested. We owe hero justice. We owe hero an apology. This topic was quickly trending. Do you have a conscience for what you did back then? The posts you posted back then, don't they still exist? A confession post was pushed up high. Below, someone posted an apology. Then more and more people posted apologies. More than 10 million people came out to repent. And this number was still increasing. Below were the words, "I'm sorry." At the top of the post was a picture of Vice President Xi, looking at the world with dignity and gentleness. On the other side was Vice President Xi's achievements back then. Achievements. One by one, the student military achievements piled up like a mountain. The entire background was a prosperous city where the country was prosperous and the people were at peace. That was the prosperous city that Vice President Xi had dedicated his life to protect. Finally, there was a blood-stained suicide note of Vice President Xi, written in bold red, I'm willing to sacrifice myself to serve my country. Can I get back my innocence? Many people only felt so heartbroken that they couldn't speak. Such a hero was forced to death by such despicable means. Now, after so many years, was there only one apology? How could they apologize? How could they be comforted? As more and more people came out to apologize, everyone only felt more and more disappointed. Really, it was a disappointment. There were too many people apologizing. So many people were involved in the past. Moreover, most of them didn't know anything at all. Some people didn't even know what a hidden dragon master was or who Shi Yinfeng was. They just saw someone else's post and clicked on it, and they were automatically filled with righteous indignation. Then, they began to curse without restraint. If you're so hot-blooded, why don't you go to the border to kill the enemy? If you're so righteous, why don't you go to the battlefield? You don't know anything, you don't understand anything, and you start cursing after seeing an article. After so many years of education, have you become an idiot who can't distinguish between right and wrong? How can there be so much hostility in this society? With tens of millions of people cursing, who can withstand it? The mastermind behind the scenes is detestable, but how many people are there? Although these people used us to force the hero to death, if there weren't so many people following the trend, the hero wouldn't have ended so miserably. Putting yourself in their shoes and judging things by the facts, if the mastermind wants to harm someone, he only needs to set up a ridiculous trap and then mobilize us, and he will succeed. Such a clumsy scam can make us force our own hero to death. Such cheap capital. It can make us kill our own hero. What a tragedy. What a shame. What a fool. What a fool. We just want to ask, those who participated in the incident back then, can they erase everything in the past just by saying sorry? Do they really not have to pay anything? If there is no price for doing wrong, then what will society do? This question once again exploded on the internet. That's right. Was there only this one apology? What was the price? A hero who could support the heavens, a teacher who taught and educated people, a highly respected powerhouse. He had been wronged to death, and all he got in return was a simple apology. With a flick of a finger, the internet fee was less than a cent. Were they going to let it go just like that? The mastermind behind the scenes was detestable, but if there weren't so many people rushing forward to be used, what could the mastermind do? In the end, the country finally gave a response. All the people who cursed on the internet back then had their personal credit points deducted and recorded in their personal identity history. Whether it was traveling, looking for a job, or something else. It would definitely be seen by the relevant people, and they would be punished. For example, all kinds of things were not allowed. In the end, they would have to bear the consequences of what they had done. In the end, the internet was full of reminders. The internet is an illegal place. Please think twice before speaking. Golden age is not easy to come by. We hope you and I will cherish it together. Then, this hurricane, with unprecedented speed and momentum, blew to Hidden Dragon High School. Speaking of attention, the students of Hidden Dragon High School were undoubtedly one of the groups that paid the most attention to this matter. Since the beginning of the wave of Hidden Dragon High School on the internet, everyone had been paying attention. Many people had set up alternate accounts and secretly posted to cheer for their school. However, at this stage, everyone was doing things in secret, and it was rarely mentioned in the school. Since the incident with Principal Shi, online discussions had become a forbidden zone for the students of Hidden Dragon High School. However, it was different this time. This time, the online discussions were surging from the outside to the inside. It was not caused by the students of Hidden Dragon High School, nor was it caused by the students of Hidden Dragon High School. Yes, Zwa. Enli smiled faintly. We are the masterminds behind the scenes. We are the students of Hidden Dragon High School. Come and catch us, come and bite us, we are that strong. The internet? Who doesn't know how to play with the internet? As the voices of all kinds of discussions grew louder and louder, they saw that the direction of the discussion had suddenly changed from praising the school to seeking justice for Principal Shi. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and a feeling of trembling suddenly rushed up from their bodies. Following closely, the entire Hidden Dragon High School suddenly erupted. This group of young students who were usually forbidden from coming into contact with the internet, this group of young people who were usually wholeheartedly focused on practicing martial arts, began to rush onto the internet and fight. Usually, they didn't have the time to go online, and they also didn't want to go online. But now, even if they didn't have the time, they would still have the time. The general direction of the internet at this moment gave everyone endless courage. This time, it's our general direction. Today is a good day for Hidden Dragon High School. Chapter 519. They looked at the overwhelming trend on the internet, especially when they saw the website, General Dongfang's handwritten photo, and the bright red stamp of the Dongfang army. When he saw countless people lining up and sincerely apologizing to him, he was stunned. Rows and rows of apologies kept rolling, and new people kept joining in. Everyone felt their hearts ache and tears welled up in their eyes. They finally let out a long sigh of relief, but at the same time, they felt infinitely sad. There were too many people who came to apologize. Too many. Back then, what kind of cyber violence did we experience? Mountains and seas are not enough to describe it. The number of apologies actually exceeded 50 million. Once they saw this number, most people were shocked. Why are there so many people who can't distinguish between right and wrong? Why are they so blindly following the crowd and going with the flow? The teachers and staff who had participated in the cyber violence resistance back then were all full of disgust. When the tide is one-sided, no one will be reasonable anymore. When the general trend comes, many people on our side also participated in the resistance, but in front of a large group of people who don't know anything at all, we have no power to resist at all. They don't know how to reason at all, they just scold. Any protection is just to wash the hands of the traitors. There are many martial artists who know how to surf the internet, but there are not many who are really proficient in it. As for the online scolding war, they have no experience at all. Back then, the whole internet was boiling. Even now, the tide of counterattack is not as intense as back then. Everyone sighed and was speechless. Yes, although the current situation was vast, it was still far from the turbid waves that covered the sky and earth back then. For the common people, redressing justice was never as satisfying and participatory as fighting against the corrupt officials. The downfall of the corrupt officials was a victory for the people. Those who participated in it, although there were no substantial benefits, at least were full of pleasure. On the other hand, redressing justice was only for one person, and it would make many people feel uncomfortable and unhappy. The difference between the two was as big as heaven and earth. In the incident back then, it was a group of corrupt officials who were first found out and then dragged Principal Sure into it, mixing up completely unrelated matters, which led to the public's anger to the sky. But now, it's finally redressing justice. Headmaster Sure has finally been vindicated, but the murderer is still at large. It's said that this time, the Southern Chief is in charge of all of this. He has already arrested more than 50,000 people. Most of them are ordinary people, but there was real manipulation. They weren't wrongly accused. Even so, it's still impossible to find out who the real mastermind is. At this point, everyone let out a deep sigh. After that incident, many people were arrested for investigation. However, the culprit had already cleaned up his tracks and left. Those who were caught were just a bunch of people who had been paid to do things. That time, more than 3,000 reporters and VIPs were arrested. Some newspaper companies and website owners were even arrested directly. However, it was useless and did not affect the overall situation. The real mastermind had long since disappeared without a trace. This time, even though the situation was good, the result was still not optimistic. After all, it had been more than 20 years. How could many pieces of evidence withstand the test of time? Clues and substantial evidence could not be found back then, let alone now. However, at this time, a storm was brewing on the campus net again. All the class monitors suddenly began to mobilize the students, go online, and take a look. Hidden Dragon High School's campus net. A few names were jumping up and down, unusually active. Jingjing Cat, Vice Principal Sure has been vindicated today. This is the justice he deserves, but isn't this justice too shallow? Shouldn't we do something for the hero? Jingjing Cat, as a member of Hidden Dragon High School, are we just going to watch this matter unfold? Post a few posts that don't hurt or itch. Just because of what happened back then, we're afraid of the slightest thing and hesitant to move forward. Li Hualong, we should do something for the hero. Qianyan Ice, everyone think about it. What can we do? Forward, Vice Principal Sure and his wife were both teachers of Hidden Dragon High School. Vice Principal Sure has been vindicated today, but Teacher Yu is still alive. Should we do something for Teacher Yu? Xiao Yu, Vice Principal Sure died unjustly, and Teacher Yu was disheartened. She said that we can't let the hero's heart be cold. The hero's heart is already cold, a snowflake. Why didn't anyone say anything at Hidden Dragon High School? This is Hidden Dragon High School? Hee. I've learned. Jingjing Cat replied to Snowflake. After all, things have changed with the passage of time. It's enough that they've been vindicated online. What can we expect from these overlords? The so-called students are just passers-by of Hidden Dragon High School. It's normal for them to be indifferent. Hee, I've learned. Jingjing Cat, I let out a long sigh. There are no hot-blooded people in this huge Hidden Dragon High School. Jingjing Cat, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're all trash. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone is trash. Everyone is trash. Jingjing Cat, not only are you trash, but you're also a coward. Jingjing Cat, everyone else has already done their job, but the people of Hidden Dragon High School are actually asleep. Hee. A group of people jumped up and down on the school network, mocking and ridiculing. The teachers and students who logged onto the network were all furious. They had just fought on another battlefield, but when they came back, they found that their hometown had been destroyed. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? If the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit. When have we been indifferent? We've been working hard. Who is this Jingjing Cat? Come out and fight. Li Hualong, everyone, please calm down. I'm Li Chenglong, the assistant class monitor of the first grade. I spoke up just now, so I'll nag a bit more now. I think what Jingjing Cat said is not without reason. He's just speaking the truth. Now that the injustice has been cleared and the matter has been resolved, do you think shouting a few words on the network is enough? Shouldn't the students of Hidden Dragon High School do something more practical? Qianyan Ice. Yeah, we don't know how to shout a few words, but what's the difference between typing a few words and shouting a few words on the internet and those people who only care about apologizing? Practical, realistic, and tangible. Those people who are separated by the internet have the intention, but they can't put it into action. But who are we? We're students of Hidden Dragon High School. Can't we do anything to Vice Principal Sure's widow, Teacher Yu? Regarding this matter, Hidden Dragon High School quickly started a discussion. We, Hidden Dragon High School, can't be looked down on. We can do a lot of things. At the same time, the posts on the internet continued to lead the public in the direction of remembering the hero, honoring the hero, and commemorating the hero. Vice Principal Sure is really a hero. Such a touching hero. Shouldn't everyone know him? We strongly suggest that we use Vice Principal Sure as a model to make a movie or a TV series. We strongly suggest that we erect a monument for Vice Principal Sure. Such a legendary figure should be recorded in history, and his name will go down in history. We strongly suggest. At the Sun Moon Pass, General Dongfang gave an answer. At the Cemetery of Martyrs, where the martyrs of Hidden Dragon High School rest, erect a 10-jong tall statue for Vice Principal Sure. Build a monument. He asked Vice Principal Sure to watch over his students. An hour later, Zhuai Film and Television Media released an announcement. Jade Blood Loyal Heart, Clear Sky. The biography of Hidden Dragon High School Vice Principal Sure Yunfeng. Other than that, there was also a 60-episode TV series, Yunfeng. The project was already in progress, and they were currently looking for actors. The investors' $1 billion in funds had already arrived. The investor said that if there was insufficient funds, they could increase the funds without limit. Half an hour later, Shui Film and Television Media released another piece of breaking news. A series of 7 major movies were in progress. They were Shi Yunfeng's Young Iron Blood, Shi Yunfeng's Fierce Battle at the Sun Moon Pass, Shi Yunfeng's Iron Blood General, Shi Yunfeng's Straight Sword, Shi Yunfeng's Unyielding Dragon, Shi Yunfeng's Hero and Beauty, and Shi Yunfeng's Last Battle. After a series of news was released, the entire internet was in an uproar. An hour later, Shui Film and Television Media announced that the funds for Shi Yunfeng's movie series had been raised, totaling $5 billion. 7 movies would be shot consecutively, sparing no expense, just to remember the hero's loyal soul. The military partner was the Dongfang Army Corps. Moreover, General Dongfang directly requested the Ministry of Finance to take out $1 billion from the military funds to invest in the movies. It was said that General Dongfang only had one request. Heroes must be filmed with the aura of a hero. If you can't film it, I'll kill you. With General Dongfang's words, the netizens all over the world were excited. This sentence basically represented quality assurance. The other partner was Hidden Dragon High School. Principal Yi Chongqing held a meeting overnight and announced that he would allocate $1.5 billion from the school's resources to invest in the filming of the movies. After being bombarded by a series of explosive news, the entire nation was in an uproar again. All kinds of Shi Yunfeng's biographies on the internet were even more boisterous and endless. A lot of the information was written by colleagues back then, and there was no doubt about its authenticity. After the post-production, only a little artistic processing was needed, and the filming could start immediately. The Age of Heroes had thus begun, and epics and legends were in the ascendant. With Principal Shi Yunfeng's innocence as the turning point, a worldwide online campaign was suddenly launched. The heroes have already bled, and they can't cry anymore. If even the heroes are bitterly disappointed, what hope is there in this world? Over the years, the names of the countless soldiers who had sacrificed themselves once again entered the people's sight. The deeds of the heroes were being publicized and spread everywhere. As for the families of the heroes, their social status suddenly rose. Hidden Dragon High School, under the appeal of the students, erected a monument of Vice Principal Shi Yunfeng outside the school's history hall. The front was a statue, and the back was written about Vice Principal Shi's life. Then, there was the whole school's memory of the killing, and the whole school's mourning. Many people were petitioning. Shouldn't Vice Principal Shi's widow come out and say something? Or could they invite teacher Yu Jiren to come back and teach again? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.